Stephanie.
Yeah.
Got that meeting set up for Travis on
Friday. I just
Friday.
posted it.
I saw that. Thank you, Chair. I have my calendar. Thanks. All I do is nitrogen.
Okay, I'm starting this.
Yes, sir.
So was there a retirement incentive benefit you also?
She just said,
Because this says, I agree that retirement incentive benefit is going to be listed.
I'll have Julie put that. Retirement
All right.
incentive.
This is the Williamson County Board of Commissioners meeting. It's Wednesday, 22nd. Yeah, no, 21st, September 21st. It's 9:15 a.m. Roll call, please.
Jim Marlowe,
Present.
Brent Gentry, and Atkinson.
President,
We are reconvening from yesterday's meeting. Today, we're still talking to the departments for budgeting, and today we start with the highway department. And so Travis, if you would just come on up.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Oh,
Hola.
in this
All right.
no,
paragraph.
No, okay. Then this is gonna be a short meeting. It's gonna be short anyway.
Right. Retirement incentive.
All right, so, I guess, I'll just start with the, budget overview and some items of interest. I think I'm gonna start on the second page, basically, for last year's budget summary. The first dot point there, basically kind of summarizes what's going on as far as spending on last year. Last year's overall budget, we had considerable increases, and I've told you guys this for long, so it's not gonna be a surprise. Salary and benefits with our union contract, parts and repairs, tires, fuel, oil, commodities, spray chemicals, and asphalt products that went through the roof. I mean, we're seeing our asphalt contracts generally 25 to 40%. Double cost in chemicals to spray weeds, fuel. We generally budget about $200,000, I think was the number last year. And we're gonna pull that out a little more this year. So anyway, you guys are aware that you guys spend money to gas it, just like I do in the grocery store, so you know what's going on. We had 3 hot mix asphalt projects slated for this year. Pittsburgh Road, which is a major improvement, it's like a $2.7 million job. We went to letting and coming in at $3.6 million. So we had some drastic design changes, and it's on the letting this Friday. We hope it comes in on budget so we can let it go to construction next spring. Part of that is the deterioration of Pittsburgh Road on the edge there where the coal trucks are home and destroyed. Thompsonville Tarp, that's the first 2 miles of Thompsonville, and then the north mile that Mont Pine was paying for. It was scheduled to start yesterday. They pushed us back possibly as much as 2 weeks. We're having issues on the interstate. So that has some concern because we spent the last 3 or 4 months out there basically reconstructing Thompsonville to probably $250,000 coal mine money to keep that road open. The public is frankly pissed. They're not happy about the dust, the noise, the trucks, condition of the road. And our guys have done I think, an exemplary job keeping that road passable and open. I mean, we undercut 1,000-foot long pieces and 2.5 foot deep, we put riprap and rock, oil chipped it. So, trying to hold it together. And to be clear, the coal mine's paying for it. So, taxpayers are not out.
It's just taking our guys off.
It's taking our guy, and that's what I keep telling you guys, mine, right? You know, can we do this, can we do that? Can we hold off on that? No, we're not holding off. Pay. You're paying for it because I can't have half my crew up there rebuilding Thompson River every other week, letting mowing go, and tree trimming going, and culvert installations going.
So the option would be to hire a contractor.
The option would be to hire a contractor, you know. And I had some direct questions about why we were charging for certain things, like a mechanic. You know, I finally told myself, look, if you don't want me charging for my mechanic, then I'll hire a contractor and you can pay their overhead cost. They won't charge you for it. Or I said, I can just add 30-40% on our bill and I won't charge you for it. So that conversation ended pretty quick. They understand they're getting a good deal.
Oh, yeah, we get a heck of a deal.
They're getting a good deal. You guys saw about a week ago was completed Spillway Road Bridge.
Very nice. Good job.
Completed ahead of schedule.
Looked really nice down there Sunday.
Yeah, it
That
does.
looks perfect.
Canterville Bridge, we hope to, it's been on the letting schedule for about a year. It's got environmental holdups. We hope to put that on the winter letting we build next summer. Of course, we're still coordinating with Mountain Mines on mine subsidence and coal hauling and stuff. We, last year's budget, we bought a new wheeled excavator, which is working out real nice. We've got 2 John Deere backhoes that should be delivered this next month. We got 1 new pickup truck coming that should be delivered in January, and we bought 2 new back in the shop. That was last year's budget. And I'll address part of that in this year's stuff, because some of this stuff may not come in, so I've got to have some money holding over for the next year to pay have this year. One of the most exciting things, and this is going to seem kind of strange, but one of the most exciting things we've done this year is bought some new engineering. We bought a GPS rover, and we upgraded our design software to Civil Design 3D, and hired Patrick Devine, and he's very familiar with this equipment. I don't think he's that skilled. So it gives us the ability to do more design and have some more efficiencies with it.
That may be exciting to you.
It
I'm
is.
still sitting in my seat. just
Okay.
fine.
Well, I'll just tell you, that brings us into the 21st century technology.
I am.
This is pretty good stuff.
It's a big deal.
I thought it might have been that upgrade to the kitchen and bath. Wow.
That was nice too. So Dwayne Whitmore was in the office the other day, we had Scott's retirement. And he's like, well, this is before we made the improvements. He's like, that's the same car that was in here when I was here. I'm like, yeah.
Number of years ago.
I said, so that was a very worthwhile project. We're currently at 28. We just hired 2 new guys, 2 new young gentlemen. We're at full-time 28 right now. You'll see in my budget that currently I've got planned to hire 2 additional full-time maintainers. And I've got to still talk to the union and Rhett about this, but I want to put on a second mechanic that is trained diesel mechanic. The mechanic got now, Larry Campbell, is very capable, but he's only going to be here a few more years. And with the new technologies and a lot of the electronic stuff, we need somebody that is a trained diesel mechanic. We have multiple types of equipment, you know, from Cat to John Deere, the Doosan, the Bobcat, and we've got the testing equipment. We did buy a piece of testing equipment this year, so we can plug into any of these items in our trucks and diagnose more stuff.
Was Bone not working on this?
Daniel Bone requested to move back into a laborer's position. That mechanic's job is very demanding. And you're on concrete all day, and he's a young man, and his knees very hurt. And so the advertising got Larry back in there, and it was a considerable cut pay for him to do.
Yeah, because you got extra spiding.
if he gets extra money.
Yeah.
That's right. But, I didn't want to lose Daniel.
And say, oh, yeah, hard
Yeah,
work.
he's a great employee, didn't want to lose him, so I had an opportunity to go back. So, yeah. So, and then, of course, our office staff, currently, we're one engineering tech, myself, office manager, Yvonne, assistant office manager, Robin, Robin's doing a great job. She's come along, she's learning Yvonne's job, so in 2 years, Yvonne walks out, Robin will be able to step right into those shoes. So, and I am considering hiring another engineering tech or entry level engineer. Haven't decided exactly how I want to approach it yet, but I am considering that. With everything we've got going on, it's a low.
Have you been farming up all that stuff?
Actually, Patrick, we've been able to handle those things. The design is all gone out except for the overlays. We get agreed, you got to have structural engineer sign off on that. It's just easier to go with the purchase. But we're handling all the culvert work in-house, and we're handling most of the basic over, the HSIP money, safety money, and stuff like that. We hired that out. The chart designs, last year I hired that, but we can handle it.
Can you,
Yeah. So moving on to items of interest for this year's budget. Actually, this is the wrong column. I forgot I should put this in. Last year, we upped our permit fees. And last year, this is primarily what Robin does, in addition to many other things. 225 permits issued last year. 65 utility permits, 160 open weight. So, yeah, so those permits are pretty much paying for the permit fees. So the first dot point on this year's budget, the overall fuel tax disbursements have been fairly normal. We're kind of getting back to normal after COVID. So they're back up to where they're supposed to be. People driving around. The high gas prices doesn't seem to drastically affect it. So, and the fact that the new gas tax is based on, it goes up each year on CPI, that helps. So it goes up 1.5%.
it goes up again,
Goes there in July.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, that's right. He delayed it for the second, yes, and he's making that up soon.
yeah, oh, yeah.
We plan to go ahead and do our typical oil and chip program next year, 105 miles, which is about 19% of our overall mileage. 80 miles of the 20-foot wide and 25 miles of the 13-foot wide. We have something that, again, Brent, this won't be super exciting, but it's kind of exciting to us. We basically switched to straight polymer, which the polymer doesn't, in summertime, how the asphalt bleeds. It's basically stopped that. So
Even when it's hot?
even when it's hot, it doesn't
Now,
bleed.
that is big time.
That is,
Because I had a lot of complaints on that.
Yeah, it doesn't bleed. It costs us a little bit more upfront, but we save that and not having to take the guys out, turkey grid and spread.
So what do you do exactly with that? You go spread it out, or, I mean, how do you mix it in something,
The
or?
polymer?
Yeah.
No, it's just when they shoot the oil, it's just a different kind of oil. And
Oh, it's
I
a
relate,
type of oil, not blended with it.
it's a type of oil. I relate it to a polymer like a plastic, like something like a plastic in there. It's more flexible. When it gets hot, it doesn't turn
Yeah.
more to liquid.
That's terrible.
And so everybody I've talked to says that they're getting 3 or 4 more years out of a treatment. So I can see at some point in time, if that holds true, we may cut back on the miles we're doing, that we allow us to spend that money on other things that are needed, maybe some asphalt.
yeah, because you're basically covering every road every 5 years.
Every 4 to 5 years, that's right. So then the next dot point is equipment budget. Okay, so we normally do 400,000 on equipment. This year, we have the backhoes may or may not come in time to pay out of this year's budget. And, the truck definitely will not. So we're basically, basically had 210,000 this year's budget that wasn't spent in the previous year's budget. Treat it kind of like a carryover. This is how Kim, it was the best way to handle it. And, if they come in, we'll pay it out of last year's and everything will be good. But if we don't, we'll have it in this year.
Those suppliers can hold those prices.
Yes.
We have signed contracts.
Oh, yeah, we've got signed contracts, yeah. In fact, they got 3 new ones in up there yesterday, and I texted them, see if any of them's ours.
Some trailers will pick on that,
Yeah.
all Austin.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's the reason that equipment line item is up for this year. It's not more money, it's just we didn't spend it last year. We just got notified this last week that we were selected for the HSIP application for Lake Division Road. So I tried to get them to pay for the overlay in that. I couldn't get them to do it, so, that's a different pot of money. So, we got, between $700,000 and $800,000, I can't remember the exact number, for Lake Division Road from South Market to 37. So what we'll be doing will be adding 4-foot shoulder, vertical strips, and paved markings, and upgrading all the guardrails. My plan is on number 4 there is I'm gonna, that TARP application should be coming out here this month, next month. I'm gonna apply for TARP money. That's Truck Access Route Program, and see if I can get that. And if we can, then I'll couple that up with HSIP and we'll do all.
All at one time.
If we don't, my intention is to pay for it down here. We're not gonna go down there and just put show. In addition to that, from Lake Division Road South on power plant down to the golf course, I make an application. That I asked the IDOT to reconsider that as a federal aid route, and it got approved as a federal aid route. So it is now federally eligible. So in this year's budget that I'm getting ready to submit to IDOT, I'm asking for around $500,000 to include that in our federal allotment, and then in that same project, the same timeline, not same project, we will resurface the first part of our
With asphalt.
with asphalt, yeah, down to the golf course.
Down to golf course.
Beyond that, it gets a little narrow. That's gonna take a little bit of project to do so.
Yeah, there's a bridge down there too.
The bridge is not a problem. It's the width of the pavement and the radiuses and stuff like that. It's gonna be a bigger project. And then, you guys seen on the news here not too long ago that, Williamson County was included in the special federal funding from Senator Gervin's office. We were selected for, as around $400,000 for East Crane Avenue. I submitted that
Then you mentioned
2
that for
different
me.
times, in the first 2 years, and so I have not been told how that money's coming or when it's coming, but it's supposedly coming. And so if that comes, we will put some MFT money with that and resurface that next year too. So some other projects that are ongoing, we got Skyline Crenshaw Roundabout. That's HSIP money, and of course it's gonna be RBI money. Probably gonna have to put some MFT money also. That's gonna be about a $2.5 million project. Our current plan is to close that road. We're gonna be having a public meeting in the next 3 weeks out at the airport. So we're gonna take a couple of 3 hours from the morning for public meeting. But our plan is to close that road. Roundabouts are very difficult to build under construction, and it will save us a lot of money to close it. I'm thinking probably a 3-month closure. There's good routes, 37, 148, and 13 to get around, plus there's some other local routes to get around. I'm sure we will do a media campaign on that. We'll directly talk to Hyson and make sure they're aware of the situations for several, maybe 1,000 people, I don't know. But we will talk directly to Hyson and make them aware. Of course, Cannonball Bridge, that's hopefully next winter we'll let that. Just a point of interest, there's Indian crawfish under that bridge, so, well, there are no, that's what's holding us up. Of course, I talked about power plant to Country Club Road, Another road that's on my radar in the next 3 or 4 years, and that you'll see it in the 5-year plan, is Reed Cemetery, Decatur Road. That starts at Stopler and goes to Crenshaw Road. That's a major cut through for anybody that is in Johnson City here that's going to ice into work. It's like the second busiest pavement in the county. It leads me to Meridian Road.
Is that where that one part floods over though? That one guy's from? Is part I think of?
I think you're thinking something different. That one, I'm not aware of any problem.
I don't think that
It
was.
was- When mine subsides issue, that's a year ago. And that leads me to Meridian Road. Patrick has designed that thing about 3 times. Because we keep changing how we're gonna do it, but anyway. It's gonna be advertised tomorrow on IDOT's statewide letting, local let system. And last week, the guys replaced the very narrow culvert. It's all in place now. And so, that Meridian Road will be approved before Thanksgiving. That's the deadline. So when Walker's Bluffs opens, we're gonna have a nice new road coming into a nice big new development. And,
Yeah, Mont's nice, Marine's gonna be nice.
grants,
We done our part.
yeah, we certainly and speaking of that, this last year, I spent an enormous amount of time with Walker's Bluff. And I don't see that change until July 1st, between now and the end of the year. So, the COG, we're the lead agency on design and construction of the COG. We've had some, let's just call it some difficulties with IDOT. I think we're about to get work through. We're about 90% complete on the design. And again, we are waiting on environment. So doesn't seem like anything we do to push on IDOT. They've got hundreds of environmental survey requests sitting up there on the local side. They've got a plan to try to address it, but it just doesn't seem to ever get any better. So we could go letting on the call as early as February or March if we ever done. Just to go construction. So we're waiting on them. Continue to work with IDOT, Sinkhole, Rides Mass Transit to develop the next round of call applications, which Friday you guys got a meeting, and that's what that is. It's a mass resolution to support space of call development. It's going to be the applications for about $2.6 million for the next round of ITEP, and it's got zero match. So, and we have set the budget up that we make sure that we're not going to be short. It's not this goal. That's been part of the problem with the last application is everything's up 25 to 50%, and they still expect us to build the same product. And you just can't do that. So that's where we've been having some difficulties with straight now. Hopefully it's worked out. If not, I'm going to be coming and talking to you guys about that again. So the next page is the multi-year program. That's basically everything I just told you, kind of in a spreadsheet form that kind of outlines what projects are going to be built in what annual year. This is the annual year. And it's kind of the status of those projects next to it. You're saying, Skylines in the engineering, Angels in the environment. Just kind of get you the goals. And then that goes into our appropriation resolution and the budget. So, I'll be glad to answer any questions you've got on it. If there's something you want me to speak about.
No, let her out.
Listen, guys, this is a very aggressive construction program.
Yeah,
I
a
mean,
lot on your plate.
this is, I've been lining out, trying to figure out when the best time is to let all these contracts so that I've got somebody to staff, because it's not easy to go out and just find somebody. I mean, you go to Claire to Ziegler, you go to Bacon Farm Workman, to say, hey, I need somebody out on this job. They don't have phase 3 construction guys available, even though I want to pay for it. And so trying to line out a schedule, Patrick, or if we get somebody else hired, that we can handle it in-house. You know, just like, the testing, IDOT has took on this new federal mandate about testing. They are absolutely wearing locals out. And guess who the test case is? Houston County, first local agency to use it. And we got no choice. It's not a good thing. Also, it's driving up costs. It's not going to get any better product. But if I don't do it, the Fed's coming to audit us. They'll say, well, you didn't follow the rules, so you can get money. So we've got to follow the rules. So Hope of Engineering is they're struggling to meet everybody's demands if they're going to step up. Megan Farmer Workers got a testing group. They couldn't get to it. So, anyway, but yeah, this is an aggressive program. I'm proud of it. I want to make sure it gets done. These are some really good projects. We get a lot of complaints from Lake Beachbury about power plants. This will solve that a lot. Well, it will solve part of the problem. The next will be, when are you going to do the rest of it? The answer to that is we have to take baby steps. Get what we can, with the budgets we have, and power. So hopefully next year we won't be dealing with the Thompsonville Road crisis, and we can get our guys back into our general maintenance. And although I will say this, the guys did a great job staying up with the demands, and we haven't really had to have a lot of overtime to do it. So I do anticipate Kevin Crumpler, he's retiring here in about 2 weeks. That's going to be big hit. He's a great operator. And I anticipate him during my tenure here, we're going to see several retirements. And honestly, guys, it's getting hard to find people. I got one gentleman right now that took the summer, took leave of absence for a month to go take the CDL class. And out of his pocket for green. And he's a good kid. And so, if everything goes okay, he may make us a little more recent. So anyway, that's what I got.
Kim, do you have any questions for Travis?
Morning, Kim.
Hey, Travis, good job. I don't have any questions.
Man, that's almost painless.
You're free, baby.
Almost. We'll find something.
So I'm assuming you guys are okay with what I was doing
You did
with the money.
you did-
Okay. It's a big year. Okay.
And I just fixed you 2 problems already, Tony. Have fun.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take care of them as usual. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, appreciate it.
Yep. See y'all. See you, Stephanie.
And looky here, who it is. Terry, Black and Terry.
Oh, Brent, you say that in such a way, I'm almost wounded.
Oh, yeah. I want to hear your soft voice. Come on up here, Terry, Black and Terry.
Oh, hey, I'm gonna volunteer to follow that guy all the time because with all those numbers flying around.
It's almost like he's applying for a job.
Mine's gonna look easy.
Oh,
Oh,
how are we?
doing all right, keeping the wheels on the bus, actually, for the first time, doing a little bit better than that, so.
How was the furniture? Did you get it all installed from last year? Did we buy you some furniture?
We're working on that still.
Oh,
because,
really?
Yeah, I've done that, but yes, you have.
Yeah.
And I need to get that done now. We've been struggling just to keep up with the business.
I bet.
But that will be done within the next 30.
Good.
And we're very thrilled with that. Late this year, I was mortified by that. Did you guys get the 2 things that I sent over?
We give it the.
The one from August 11th.
I was at the shop when you were late.
Thank you. I was too.
Hey, actually, I didn't know you were. We don't get until we walk in the room.
Had you covered.
All right.
He's covering for you, Terry.
I just busted myself out.
So Terry, you're talking about the computers?
Yeah, that was the only other thing that I brought to you guys this year. So you're gonna notice two things, or just one thing out of the ordinary in my budget request. And that is, everything is pretty much the same, a little extra for office expense now that we have the new program coming in. Everything else is just contractual, so there was no request there. Or no change, I should say. On salaries. So, keeping with custom, I checked the contracts, I asked for the same thing that the bargaining units have, with the understanding that should they deviate, I want the same for my folks. There is one here you're going to see that is higher than the rest, for legal secretary. And there is a method for that. Last year, they got great raises. Everybody was raised up to her level. It did not recognize the fact that she has been here for 8 years, has taken on a tremendous amount of responsibility, and stuck with this the whole time. But I think expertise and seniority deserve a little bit of recognition.
Once you get really good help, you gotta keep them.
And all I'm looking to do there is build in a little bit of respect space between the newer ones, the oldest one, so I actually have a mid-level. And she is continuing to accept a lot of additional responsibility. I mean, she's been with the secretary.
She knows what she's doing.
I need to keep her. Yes, for the first time, I'm not sitting here complaining about how the public defender's office is short-staffed.
Oh, line item 51507, is that?
I'm getting more numbers out.
No,
So what is, that's, what is that one? That is for,
That is, we've been doing that for, jeez, I don't know how long.
it hadn't gone up.
No.
So that's just a quick little extra.
So way back, when we, this was before my time, just might have been, where Northman was still here. That was an accommodation to the secretaries who was still on that. Last year, I broke that up a little bit to try to keep a little bit of separation. That has essentially improved the salary. So that part is built in. Does that make sense?
I get what you- I get what you-
So I'm not asking for
No, I
any
got you.
addition there, it's been the same forever. Honestly, all of them, if you took that out, over it into their salaries, maybe get their IMR credit as well. But because that's an extra hire, you know what, I'm asking for some other stuff, I'll hold up on that one too.
Let me ask you a question, Terry.
Fire away.
We've all tried to help you get more manpower and more people on board. Are things running better since we kind of added on new attorneys, and like, things getting better? Because your case, oh, what, 90% of the docket anyway, is probably yours anyway.
Yeah, and we know that just based on what's going on in the general economy, the sense of inflation, people get a little nervous. Our numbers, our percentage goes up at that point. Oh, yeah, folks don't have lawyer money, so luckily that's us. I have used the ARPA money to fund law students instead of trying to bring in someone on, because that way, maybe it's because I'm a control freak, we can actually direct the cases and how they get assigned and where these people are at. And that's one of my big questions last year was, does it ever expire? How fast? I'm being very,
to answer that question, yes, it has to be utilized prior, well, before the end of 2026.
2026, okay.
Yeah, you should have plenty of time to spend, because you didn't have that much money.
No, did not have that much money and trying not to, you know, I've explored maybe trying to figure out some, extra clerical help by possibly using a temp agency, and that way you don't have to deal with any type of payroll issues or anything like that. I'm still playing around. I'm keeping
Yeah.
Don't want to
Last
get it all up at once.
Last year, we upped the base pay for attorneys. Has that helped?
It has, it
Okay,
has.
so
Now,
that was-
I did lose one,
Yeah.
but I was able to use that very same. The newest ones, they're doing great. I wasn't super comfortable moving them straight into felony court. They're already there, but not full time,
Yeah.
and they're doing such a bang up job keeping traffic moving forward that they kind of stuck. So we lost Caleb this year. He gave us plenty of notice. I missed the kid, but I was able to get an attorney with years of experience, step right in. The first time ever. I'm too old to cover two positions like we were doing there for a while. That was getting rough.
Well, that was one of our big concerns from last year, was making
Yeah.
sure that you had what you needed.
It was staffing, for a while there, we had open position for 8 months, I think,
Yeah.
trying to get that filled. So I counted, we're very fortunate. I know the state's attorney's office is in a situation where staffing is an issue.
Right.
It is across the board everywhere. Who'd have thought there'd be a shortage of lawyers? I mean, really, 20 years ago, you couldn't swing a dead cat without knocking down half dozen.
You know, I was thinking that exact thing, when I said that. Wasn't sure how that would play with on the recordings.
Oh, yeah. Well, I never drew it enough to add myself. The only other thing I'm bringing to your attention is technology. So I don't know if everyone else has been over to talk to you yet, Judge Green or the state's attorney's office. We have a new system coming into play January 1st. You probably all have heard about it, the Safety Act, with the elimination of cash bonds. There's an incredible amount of misinformation out there. I'm not big on it for probably different reasons, but the simple fact of the matter is we have to do it. So we did take a trip up to Rockford just last month to watch them. They had a similar system in place. It's going to be doable, but it's going to be incredibly hard to do. We are at this point technologically obsolete. We do not have the means to play most of the DVDs we receive from the state's attorney's office. None of our systems are necessarily compatible. So I get a DVD from the Marion Police, it goes to the state's attorney, they make a copy of it. We're talking about good old fashioned.
Yeah.
That we don't even keep in our homes anymore except for nostalgia.
They don't even put them in the car anymore.
Yeah.
Right? But the thing is that's going to take something different to play than what we get from Johnson City, from what we get from the sheriff's department. It's becoming a mess, and we're wasting so much time and so much effort. So I put Colton Flanagan on it. He's my .com kid over there, the IT for other offices he has worked with. Shopped it around. Honestly, the only one I gave to was from CDS because it is right down the middle. And since they already have a relationship with the county, they can be responsible for making sure what we're asking for integrates with what we already have. I'm going to be after them anyway. If you
So,
guys have provided Wi-Fi to the courthouse, it doesn't reach the third floor.
not that all this means a lot to me, but you talk about 20 to 12 of something, or 24.
Yes.
Is that,
That covers 5 attorneys. That covers 5 assistants. That covers 1 law clerk.
okay, sure, I know, okay.
Because right now, I have our law clerk built an office in one of our file rooms, but we don't have a phone in there. So he has to run to the copy room across the way. Because I made a rule that he is not to use his personal cell phone to return his calls. I'm like, son, you need to learn this lesson right now. You know? So that's why the numbers are there. Honestly, I could probably play with the numbers just a little bit, you know what I mean? So Tech Guy, and a couple of my others are like, 2 screens these days are absolutely mandatory, while they have to do a lot more Zoom, especially when, preparing for these immediate bond hearing and detention hearings. It's supposed to be way more efficient. That's really small potatoes in the big thing, you know what I mean? Maybe we can talk about 12 instead of 24 monitors. Maybe we can talk about 6 instead of 12 cameras. It will change the number, but it won't change the number dramatically. But I'm asking for just shy of 30 grand, which will get us completely set up for both the courtroom, the individual offices. We should be good for a good period of time.
That's what I'm asking you, how long,
Oh,
until the next phase changes?
I truly wish I could say that, but we are looking at the equipment we have now that we moved upstairs with us from the basement. So I want to say that computers we're working on now are at least 6 or 7 years old at this point.
I remember buying some, I don't remember what it was. Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's about all the time you get out. So, the state's attorney's office, you know, they were asking.
Yeah, we helped them a couple years ago with half, we got done half this year, but I mean, it's not all this.
And he was talking, or she was talking about the
DVDs,
DVDs.
the blue.
Blu-ray.
Yeah, we're not getting Blu-ray discs, and I'm like,
But I guess that's the way that information is passed to you.
right,
So,
Do you use Blu-ray?
no, we don't have anything to
Well,
plug
that's,
in.
do you use Blu-ray?
Well, we are hoping.
You're not
That
using
will,
Blu-ray.
because otherwise, so I know we have a very small, automation fund that I've never tried to use, I'm not even certain what's in there, several thousand, I'm guessing.
Give me that number.
4,393.
There we go.
1,393.
So,
That's correct.
Yes, it's correct. It's off the sheet.
Yes.
Yeah.
As of 10 seconds, $4,000.
there we go. So, you know, if we need to, I'm not asking that all of this be necessarily around that. We're going to be able to pick up small pieces along the way to fill it out. I'm talking about asking you guys to build this structure. And then we can add on from what we already have. But yeah, Blu-ray thing kind of threw us for a bit.
Does there need to be any coordination between your office and the state's attorney's office and this equipment? Make sure that everything works between, like, if they give you a DVD or Blu-ray that you can play it on your equipment.
Yes and no, because so much of that is, we don't produce any of it, we receive it. So we both need to be able to access and play whatever is being delivered by the police agencies.
Ashley, can you tell me what she has left in the ARPA fund?
I mean, I can go look.
Okay, I didn't know if you had that information in front of you.
I mean, I'd have to
But
pull the GL.
I would think that you could use that money as well, right now, too.
Okay.
That money. I mean, it's all part of, helping out with the backlog of court cases.
It is, I was
I would
under the
think.
impression that I was to use that for extra hire.
I'd have to look that up and see.
Okay.
And that's,
Yeah, we
I don't know if that
would, yeah.
applies.
I agree with Jim's going. We just need,
We could verify that that could be utilized, for that. It passes the smell test per se. But it's all part of helping out with the backlog of court cases. So,
I think we were talking about for the state's attorney's office that capital improvements.
that's true.
yeah, that's where.
That's
true.
That's because they put all their eggs in one basket.
They did.
So, you know, that's their choice. That's what this money can be used.
We will figure something out for you, how's that?
I mean, I will say Terry's not using that ARPA money near the pace of the
No.
state's attorney's office.
No, I am,
Not even close.
I am holding that tight and using it as judiciously as I can.
Thank you.
So, and that was the big thing about making sure I used it within time as well. I mean, I don't want to be sitting on any kind of egg done. But, yeah, so far that I'm pleased with how that's working. You know what I mean? We're getting very good bang.
We're getting rid of
And
cases,
And
processing cases.
and may actually think about adding a second senior law student to help us out. So, yeah, it can grow up lawyers.
Well, that's usually the best kind of.
Well, there's been an absolute non-balanced situation for years between state's attorney and PD as far as staffing goes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You have 9 state attorneys, you were working one time with 2 attorneys, I remember.
2.5, yeah.
And half of them were in the closet over there, the offices were right around the corner. Yeah, I remember.
You know, and, well,
I'm sure.
in the ethos of, pirates, truckers, and public defenders, we're going to, do the very best that we can. If it's not nailed down, we will drag it back to the nest, but we're proud of making do, but at the same time, there comes a point where the bubble gum and Band-Aids are coming. So, this is not part of this budget. I think it should probably be built in somewhere else. I don't know where to raise that issue, but we need to get the Wi-Fi up. I got it.
PVC,
Yeah. That's her.
I would talk to my crew.
Press them a little bit to see what we can do.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I'm asking, just to do the.
There's my
pass
answer.
the buck. All right.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. That might be a CGS thing.
Well, I mean, but we didn't drive it. We didn't pay for it. This courtroom is their deal.
I
So,
think so.
but I do think she did might want to put it in.
Right.
Right, but, yeah.
We'll look into it.
Okay. And like I said, I'll keep moving it around. And I know, I mean, we got, a window, but we're also in the jail, so we have to work for a whole lot of concrete and a whole lot of other stuff.
All right.
Those are the 2 issues I wanted to highlight. And to let you know where we were at, what we were looking for. And,
Ashley,
And as you raise your right hand, yes.
Terry, can you, I just want to make sure well, I added out all of the the support staff's salaries. I came up with 154, 914, 918. But in regards to the one employee that you're wanting to, is that equivalent to a $2 an hour increase?
it is.
And then the other question when I looked at this bid, so IT services, it says $40 at $100. I mean, are they just trying to get to 4,000 as a flat fee, or because everything else? I mean, you have a max. You just said you have 12 people. So if they're going to serve 12 stations, why do they have 40?
So my understanding, okay, is that is an anticipated time, probably padded as well. I mean, this is somebody else's request, but hopefully not by too much, because they're going to be in charge of installation across the board as well as maintenance. And
Well, that's install. That's $40 an hour, or 40 hours at $100 an hour.
right.
Is what they're saying.
Yes.
So I'm like, that doesn't match up to anything. So I was trying to figure out what the licenses and are they double charging everyone. So,
Shouldn't be, because all of those licenses should be included
okay.
in.
I just
in
wanted
the
to
machines
clarify that
themselves.
because I
Yeah.
didn't want you to get, I mean, it's like they're bad something. So,
Oh, no, I respect that. It's most of the time I'm like, okay, looks good to me, so I kind of count, and always feel free to double check my. Okay, we good?
Her hand up there.
Oh,
I think she might have a question.
I forgot
See
that.
it in the corner?
Oh.
Hey, Terry, the one question or comment I had, your salary may be a little low based on what we're seeing the upcoming state's attorney salary being at. We have to
Okay.
keep that at the 90% level. So we'll double check everything, but 90% of the number that they're reporting is 169,879, which is, 4,000 or higher so than what you had. But I'll have Ashley double check and make sure those are accurate, but we've got to keep you at that 90% level.
And if you don't want it, you will be more than happy to
No,
take
I'm-
the county.
I'm good. So, and usually what I do on that is I know those changes come in
In July,
at a different time.
Yeah.
So I just take the last number from last year and insert that for this year instead of trying to anticipate that because we know what my skills are and I trust you guys.
okay.
Yep.
Well, if you don't keep it at that level, then you may not get the reimbursement is why it's important to do that. So
Okay.
Kim, what was that number you had, 169 what?
169,879.
Yeah, because you got to see 0.9% increase.
Okay.
Does that math out the same?
Yeah, I took hers and multiplied that by 1.029, came out with the same
Awesome.
thing.
Okay. I will lower my hand.
Steve, you got me calm already this morning, just hearing your students talk.
There you go. That's my
I
goal.
pretty
right?
appreciate it.
Are we good then?
Yes.
I enjoy these times. I gotta be important 20 minutes.
Thank you, Greg.
Take it easy.
See you.
You could probably skip corner.
Well, he's here, he's been waiting for
Oh.
20 minutes.
Well-
Where have you been? Huh?
I'm a very busy
A
person.
little bit behind. How you doing, Junior?
I won't take long.
You're always fast, man.
Yeah, yours is easy.
You tell us how you're gonna pay for everything and you are fast.
Tell us how many people are died.
I wish I knew. I was telling Mr. Morrow the other day, last year at this time, I had 3 pathologists. As of today, I have none. Wow. Dr. Feeney just up and quit, said she was burned out and walked away from it. I had to sue her to go to get autopsy. Now, that being said, I don't pay for them until I have them. So I ended up, but it took me, there was cases that were over a year. Dr. Heidingsfelder did most of mine, he died.
Okay.
Okay.
And then Dr. Keeper, who's been doing most of them lately, caught a parasite in Mexico while doing a mission trip, and he's in Mayo Clinic, and they said he's down for a year. So the reason I'm bringing that up to you is, number one, I'm not renting the morgue like I was. I'm still renting it for storage and everything else. But now we're having to travel, which means I have to go to Bloomington, Illinois, Farmington, Missouri, or St. Louis, Missouri,
That's the closest one.
closest ones. And I was just,
Wow.
when I was called over to Dr. Heidingsfelder the other day, I was talking to the Vanderbilt County coroner. They can't get pathologists to come into their place either. So my point is, I'm having to travel a little bit more. Okay?
Is that what the $100,000 is?
That's our autopsy, but yes. Okay. The morgue is still self-sufficient, still will be self-sufficient. I can pay all the bills and everything in the morgue with what I'm renting it out. And it's all being paid for by non-Williamson County taxpayer money, which I like. Okay. Otherwise, I'm pretty good. Questions. The only thing I asked for to increase was deputies' salaries. And I increased it by $2,000 because we're having to travel so much.
Did you get your secretary?
And I got my secretary yet. Okay.
That's gonna be a tricky one to get, because there's a lot of things they have to understand and keep their mouth shut.
All right, so what I said, I don't need anybody's minimum wage. Because I can't, where other departments have 6 and 7 people, I have nobody. So I need somebody to come in and
Somebody you don't have to hold their hand.
hold their hand. I can trust them, they're older. Because there's a lot of photos, personal information in that office.
You are putting that on our website.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And as I said, I was looking for somebody, I know Kim made about 42, so I was looking at maybe the 39 range.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because I don't want somebody that's gonna walk in and walk out 6 months later, and we're doing this all over.
I've seen a lot of, disturbing things in ambulance over the years, and I can tell you that it's my special to see what you see in your office.
So as I said, I rented out the board for years, so I built up a nice fund there, and then I have permit funds, so everything, as I said, out there, basically the only thing I need from this is my salary, secretary salary, assistant coroner salary, and pretty much everything else I can pay for out of that board trust and the permit fund.
I got a question. Down on your salary, I have it at 2% increase, that would be 47,454.
Okay.
Okay. And, but on the deputies, currently 40,000, what was that?
That's Kim, that was Kim's position.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
She is contractual,
It's 55.
55 cents. That's what I was trying.
Yeah. Hi, Junior.
Have that number?
41023.
Keep her back there.
But she's not here, so, I mean, still gonna budget that amount for
He's got to find some,
a future employee. When he was just talking, that's a 30.
Well, yeah.
will you suggest putting that in contingency and find somebody roll it over?
I mean, no, that's.
I know what you're saying.
I was saying, I don't,
But we'll decide what we're going to do. I don't know. What do you think?
he was just saying 39 was like, was what he was.
That's an area,
That's why I
that's
didn't
an
know
area
if
you
we
have to
put it
hit.
At 39, based off of board, you can leave it at 41 and know that if he had to negotiate.
That's,
Well, it won't be, I won't go, Kim was making,
You can't go above what Kim made, have a
Correct.
slap in the face.
yes, it would be, slap face to her after 21 years.
Yeah. I mean, even as Junior and I talked 39, you know, almost half slap in the face, but you gotta get what you gotta get. I mean,
I just, what I'm looking for is somebody that can come in that has, number one, to keep their mouth shut. And I just, kids, not knocking kids nowadays, but a lot of kids nowadays, they don't do that. They get that dang phone out. And I'm telling you, there's some really graphic,
right,
Yeah, and that
Stuff in
puts
our
the
office.
county at risk.
you're not kidding, it does.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Because
So
I'm not there all the time to monitor.
Right.
Those files are in there.
So,
Gotcha.
so you're would start someone at 39.
That's what I'm looking at, yes.
I have to agree. You're gonna have to get somewhere in that range to get somebody that's worth anything.
Okay. All right.
And Junior, I'm gonna tell you, you have done so much for this county as far as.
One
things
question
and stuff
for
out
Ashley.
there.
I know you're only gonna be here for 2 more years,
Yes, I'm done.
and I know that you buy your vehicles out of the work. I'm thinking,
Well,
would you want to entertain, or would the board want to entertain if he were to need a new vehicle about doing the leasing program, like what we're doing with the other vehicles? Oh, I know you don't drive as much.
well, that Expedition I have, which is a 2010, just turned 50,000 miles.
Okay.
I don't need a new vehicle. There's nothing wrong with the one I've got.
Okay.
Or the other one I
So
have.
program.
It just turned 60,000.
Okay, that's fine.
Vehicles are not an issue.
Okay, well, the county's gone to this lease program for EMA and assessor and for animal control. I think that's maybe the route they're going to go with most things, but I didn't know I knew that you had county vehicles, but I just didn't know how much mileage, and if that would be something that we would need to entertain.
I just don't see us,
Okay,
with us even traveling even more
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the vehicle I got. It serves the purpose for what we need it for.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now, I will also do the 10,000 that I normally do.
Yep.
I don't know, I pay the
yeah,
county back.
we were counting on that, whenever our receipts, we already plugged in.
Well, I decided I don't want to do it. No.
They were confident that you were going to be a team player.
But Kim,
Yes.
Since my Kim left,
Uh-huh.
I don't know how she does that through the budget out of that account. Is it something you go in and take the 10,000 out, or is it something that I have to write up a claim for?
Kim would prepare a claim.
Say,
And-
I'm sorry.
Kim would prepare a claim, but we can have either Ashley or Stephanie help you with that. That's no problem.
Probably have Ashley helping me with that and
Sure.
get that taken care of. And I can do that anytime. I always do it at budget time.
No problem.
Guys, I think we made everything.
Yeah, and what that is that the county was nice enough to build me the moored facility. So with me renting it out and all that, I pay them back $10,000 a year.
Well, I can say as of right now, the 10,000 for this year has not been.
No, it has not. I always do it at budget time.
Right.
And then Kim tells me what to do with it.
Right, yeah.
Or we're,
Yeah, so we can pull the last one. I can show you.
okay.
Yeah.
Good job.
Junior, I had one question for you, if you don't mind. You were mentioning that you're anticipating extra travel because of your difficulty with pathologist.
Uh-huh.
That extra travel cost built in here anywhere for you? I see the 100 as the medical, but do you need something extra there for travel?
No, because right now I'm paying like all the gasoline.
Uh-huh.
So my gasoline budget and all that is paid for out of the morgue
Okay.
and the trust funds.
Okay. Just
That
wanted
was
to be
one
sure.
of the things that helped to cut my budget down is that money, and what you see is there is all that money that comes out of those two accounts are non-Williamson County taxpayers' money.
Okay.
That has been either grants that's provided by the state, or it's other counties paying me for the use of the facilities or the permits that I issue for the state.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thanks, Junior. Appreciate it.
Everybody have a good day.
Just got a text from Kevin Street, one of the lift stations is down at White Ash.
Everything's going good.
Right, well, that's what happens to those things. So I told him.
Never ends.
You get it working again.
All right. Contestant,
You may.
Brian, come on down. And you are.
Is that
Listen.
Okay, so I provided you guys with a cost breakdown separate from your required forms. Starting with the public education fund, we have traditionally budgeted $850. We're requesting an $850 budget allowance for 2023 as well.
So they 350 and 20, that's jumping down to 350. You want 850.
Well, we had 850 and I did an inter-fund transfer
Yeah.
to shore up another account that I was deficit in.
Okay.
So that's why that dropped down to 350.
Gotcha. All right.
But for next year, I would like to request going back to the $850 level.
Okay.
In the civil defense line item, we have 5710 this year. I was anticipating an increase due to the inflation and the cost of everything going up. So I just increased that to around 6,000 to accommodate for inflation costs. That is our office operating budget covers all of our expenditures to the office.
What do we have left in that, do you know?
In my current
Yeah, that line item.
5,000 right now. But we're getting ready to make some pretty significant expenditures to shore some.
Yeah, I have $4,500 left now.
$4,500 left.
Left, yeah.
All right,
Equipment maintenance currently, the current budget was 2,200. I'm requesting an increase in that item for several reasons. Currently, we have some items that are in disrepair. And apparently the previous attitude was if it's broke, just stick it in the corner and hopefully nobody asks for it. So I went through when I took over the position, I went through and did an estimation on every project and everything that was broken. So currently you'll see on my list that we have 5 gas powered generators, 1 assigned to the EOC, 1 that's assigned to the prison inflatable light, and then generator 3 and 4 are generators that we maintain to power the courthouse in the event that, or power the administrative building in the courthouse in the event that there is a power loss. Both of those generators are 20 years old. They're 2000, almost 20 years old. They're 2005 models. One is basically inoperable. We have to mess with it to get it to start. And the other one is a 17-year-old generator. So I'm requesting an increase in funds to replace 1 generator a year for 2 years. We'll do 1 this year and then 1 in the 2024 budget year to replace those. We can put those, if we choose to replace those, we can put those up for surplus property and try to recover some funds for that. I have a prison light that is not currently operable. It's got about a $700 repair bill that needs to be paid on it to make it operational.
What's a prison?
So a prism light is basically a fan powered sock. It's about an 8-foot sock. And we can set it in the middle of the parking lot or in the middle of the field and it will blow up the sock, kind of like those guys that stand like this.
Yeah.
But then it's a lid on the inside and it should light a football field, a single light. And that typically deploys with the okay. Also to that amount, I added the fees that we discussed for maintaining the bunkers. And the quote I got was $150 for the initial brush removal, and that's for all 4 bunkers. I believe 3 of them is assigned to EMA and 1's assigned to the sheriff's office. But if he's gonna be there, he might as well do all 4 of them. And then he budgeted $60. He gave me a quote for $60 times 4 bunkers times 2 times a year for an amount of $400. And then the overhead door at area 7 is broken. It takes 3 men and a small pony to open it, and it won't stay open. So I have an anticipated repair for that, which would give you a request amount of $10,600. Which I understand is a significant increase, but it's to repair and bring a lot of things back. Questions on that one before we move on?
No.
Okay.
No, that's fine.
EMA clothing allowance, we had $500 budgeted. We've actually spent 1,000, I'm requesting 1,200. There were a couple items in there. Notes here. To bring up both myself and Pat with polo shirts to make the office standardized and coats for both us, so when we operate in adverse conditions, and then hats and t-shirts for our volunteers. The total requested was $1,200. On the local responder training, previous budget was $1,700. I'm requesting an increase to $2,600. So that will pay for IASMA dues, which is the professional association for 4 members of the office. And then both the IASMA conference and the IEMA conference for both myself and Pat. Currently, what they had done was if Pat went to IASMA, then Kelly went to IEMA and vice versa. I believe this is Pat's last year with the EMA office, so I would like for us both to travel to the conferences. I anticipate Pat receiving his IPEM, which is the Illinois Professional Emergency Manager certification, at the IEMA conference next fall. So I would definitely like for him to be there to receive this recognition. So that would cause an increase from $1,700 to $2,600.
Just back to the reason why they rotate was to keep somebody manning the office. Or in case something happens, no one's there.
And to maintain costs also.
All that. I'm just assuming.
Vehicle maintenance. Right. You'll see an increase in the vehicle maintenance cost. And a lot of that was due to the approval of the diesel. Diesel has a much larger footprint in terms of cost. So when I aggregated that out, I based it on 2 oil changes annually, about 12 miles a gallon at $5 a gallon average. And that was a cost of $4,300 just for maintenance and fuel on the diesel. So the total request for that was $9,165. Understood that it's a significant charge. One of the things that the vehicle maintenance schedule did not include was the price for the lettering and logoing of both vehicles and I have an estimated cost for what it would be to put the lights and the radios in the vehicles. So we want to discuss that as part of this line item. Would that be set? Sure. Okay. So we're anticipating about a $630. You guys, I've sent you a copy of this. We're anticipating about a $630 per vehicle cost for the stickering. And then to do the lights and the radios for the Ram 1500, we're looking at a cost of about $9,600. And for the Ram 250, the 2500, we're looking at a cost of about $8,762. The difference in cost is the Ram has the 8-foot bed. So the cover that we're going to put on the back is a little bit more expensive. And that's why it's less than $2,500. So those were not included in that initial request. Rent expense covers our contract for our copy machine and both the copy machine and maintenance, and then the copy per copy charge for both black and white and the color. We're going to maintain the request on that. Local responder. Well, we covered that. Oh, and then telephone. Telephone covers. Currently, we had budgeted $1,700, which did not cover the aggregated amount. So when I took the per month charge of $175.48 and multiplied it out by 12, that came out to the amount of $2,160. Our salaries are concerned, I was unaware of what the county typically does for annual increases. So I looked at the Social Security Administration's cost of increase, which I understand is high, but I had to have something. 2%. 2%. Okay. So that would change the request.
Question. Nice breakdown.
It's always a good way to know what.
The only thing I like to see is to change some of these classification. Basically like local product, I mean, and then more or less like travel.
Yeah, so that's a good question. So the classification titles, is that set actually by somebody, or
No, we can change.
I can change any line.
we can change the name of the line items? Okay, so
You
What-
were the-
what I'd like to do is go ahead and look at what those funds pay for and make those statements, make those classifications more appropriate for what that money expenditures are. I'll work on that, because I was like, it didn't make sense to me, so I'll make.
Civil defense officer, we change it like email.
Yeah.
Expense.
Pretty up to date.
What you got, Ashley?
Well, some of these equipment maintenance items that Brian had listed, I mean, are probably more so capital.
Those are capital
expenditures
Yeah.
rather than, because I don't know what the generator costs, but that would probably be in line under the capital improvement.
So that the estimated generator cost is on here. It's for $5,700.
Yeah,
But
that's,
maintenance of those things also be capital improvement.
I don't know, I mean, I've always been taught that if it's 12 months, if something has a 12-month or less life, then it's, considered a, office or an annual expense. If it's gonna have longer than a 12-month life, we should look at putting it under capital improvements. I mean, Kim may have a different opinion as well.
Oh, he's got $1,000 to repair an overhead door, like in a building that we don't own.
I mean, that's just, well, I guess you'd probably throw it under either one.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a leasehold or whatever.
Well, I'd be remiss not to ask this one, but of all the stuff we've heard, is anything qualify under our generators, I mean, anything. We need to think about it. I mean, not at all.
I mean, the generator mine and public health and safety, because
That's what I'm
I'm
thinking.
responding to I mean, obviously, if you're
But-
using that, then you've got some type of
But didn't
disaster.
Junior want to use ARPA for the generator or the highway department?
Highway
Highway Department wants to.
Highway didn't qualify. So,
Well,
There might be,
I think,
might be a difference there.
there may be two designations, because they were wanting a building generator, right? They were wanting like to be able to operate
Yes.
and keep going. I mean,
This is a
he's-
different situation.
This is different.
This is, I mean, he's going to a
This could be.
disaster, I mean, yeah, so, I mean, for public safety, that's just for operational continuance is what, that would be for the whole house.
Continuity office.
But, I mean, I don't know, heck, I'm reading stuff about, I'm not gonna start talking. I mean, with some things that some of these places are using ARPA funds for,
Yeah.
man, it's loosey goosey.
That's 23.
They're nice.
Short up
It's nice and tight here.
Yes, sir.
Shoring up labor contracts. That's really right in there.
$200. I called and actually got a call.
That probably includes a few.
But he's going to a disaster.
And the cost on that stayed at $5 on average because that one also requires a debt fluid also.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we'll have debt fluid coverage.
It's not cheap on the.
Basically almost $1.50 more. So,
And all those are in capital improvements too, the lettering stuff, was part of that lease money that we put back.
So we wanted to copy of this for their.
Right, so that should all be capital improvement.
So that's for the radios and the lights. That'll be one time.
Oh, this is for the, whatever, Stephanie, you make copies.
Hey, Brian, would you be able, I mean, can you identify exactly like scenarios or examples of what that?
What those generators are for?
would be used for?
Yes. Basically, the primary would be to come to this office to power your office in the event of a catastrophic disaster.
I don't know if that would work.
But it could also go out into the public.
It's going out in the public to help the public and to help the county-wide.
Well, so we would have to power the because there's no generator here, we would have to power the assessor's office because of the GIS.
Okay. We put some,
They don't kind of go
together
together.
and check the requirements for power. Because,
I can't power the building, I can power the office.
okay.
My
Check the power
suggestion would be
requirements.
you make it a dual use. That would be utilized for disasters wherever they may arise, and it may from time to time be used for office continuation.
That's what's it. And all I'm saying is, what it would require, the size of it.
We did, that's the 75 kW, or 7500 kW.
Okay. That just seems small. Okay. All right. Thank you. 24.
Yeah, but you're gonna have your air conditioning on.
We were looking at critical infrastructure on these computers.
Yeah.
Those gas generators.
Yes, sir. Yeah, the dual fuel almost increases exponentially. So, I mean, when I say gas, I mean gasoline, yeah. They make the dual fuel, yeah, which would be gasoline or natural gas. And it almost, so, yeah, but it almost doubles the cost.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you make the adjustments on the salaries?
No, I did not. Whatever that is, at 2%.
2% would be 58,664,
58.
664. I don't know what Pat is going on. Is he never?
2%.
Two. That would be.
No, 55
Is it
cents.
55 or 7?
I think it was.
So they,
Well, if you're going under,
Buddy, all of us.
does he follow
Yeah.
us? So it'd be a 70 cents.
And
So I just
Tell me what that discussion is. I don't understand.
it's contractual, go by contractual, so if we do,
Because he's a non-union employee.
if we do a labor contract, we give them 70 cents an hour raise. We're gonna do the same thing with your union or non-union. I feel like that's fair. So that they would be the same as contractual, 70 cents.
That is money.
It used to be on.
Thank you.
So I had 31,450.
You doing all right?
Yes, sir. Well,
Say it again.
31,450, that's 70 cents.
mine.
31,450.
Kim, is that what you have at a 70 cent?
Yeah, that matches. Yeah.
Get you in the hot seat now.
And what was the director's salary then?
58,664, 58,664. That's 2%.
Yeah, we're gonna get you.
57.
That's based on the.
Okay.
Yeah,
Five
You wanna
eight.
stay there? You wanna come up to the big?
No,
chair?
58,664.
Come on, we're ready for you.
Let's get you started.
Okay,
It's a
thank
busy
you.
man here.
All right, thanks, Frank.
Stephen.
Good morning, gentlemen and ladies.
You just
So-
said it here. Okay.
I made a substantial request for an increase, as you can indicate by the record.
Give you just a second.
Sure. Most of it is salary related, try to equalize pay. I have two bailiffs, substantial difference in pay between them, they do the same duties. I don't think that's fair. I did not make the other bailiff equal to the one that's been there for a period of time. I didn't think about it. Yeah, but I did move him up substantially. Did that also with some of the office staff that I have. One of my secretaries has been there longer, and because of longevity, she makes more money. The other one does more work. So I haven't even paid for what you get. I also, I've mentioned this before, it would be my recommendation that I would pay approximately $25,000 of the increase. That would cover most of what I've requested. Not all of it, but almost all of it. You'll also note that I'm over budget on juvenile detentions. You'll also note that I'm over budget on contract employees for criminal cases. That's likely to happen again this year. I didn't ask for a significant increase simply because I just don't know what's, I have to pay whatever it is. Don't mind having a discussion later. As you gentlemen are very well aware, I have a substantial amount available to me. That's why I'm suggesting I pay for most of the increase rather than recently, I guess a couple of weeks, maybe a month ago, I talked to your accountant. We are assessing more than what we need for the law library. I took over, the law library expenses was in excess of $6,000. I cut it, we get more service, and we pay $2,500 a year, as opposed to what it was. All I need is about $3,000 as opposed. And she, I think, was going to bring them to you to do a new assessment to get that more in line. I don't think that that money can be transferred to another account. I mean, it's a designated fund. Other than that, there's really not anything else to discuss. Again, this past year, we've done a lot of improvements electronically at the courthouse. I did not come to the county. We had the funds. I paid that out of the assessment. I think that's fair.
Been very fair.
Yeah.
For years for us.
Very fair.
It's my responsibility.
You've been okay.
Well, you guys.
Two fairs and an okay.
Just put it this way, it's more fair than.
I'm
Over the
very
years.
mindful, I'm very mindful of the fact that it's everybody's tax money. We need to be responsible.
We appreciate it. Questions? Kim, you got any questions?
No, I was just going to mention that I did bring that change on the law library fee discussion to the board's attention. And they did pull the most recently approved ordinance for fines and fees. We made it to that step. So they're going to look at that, see what's appropriate. And I had mentioned perhaps sending it over for informational purposes, awareness, whatever the correct term there is, before they approve it. That way you'll have an opportunity to look at it and understand it, rather than having questions after a board approval.
Sure, no problem. And if it ends up being enough, I'll take care of it this upcoming year. We'll just adjust it. But it makes no sense to have a large sum of money sitting in that account.
Do you know how much offhand is in that account?
About 6,000 some odd dollars.
Law library,
Yeah.
8,197.
And Kim, if you can figure out a way to transfer that money into something else that it can be used for, I don't have a problem with that. I just don't know that. And maybe what we might want to look at is we could change the assessment down to use up that money.
Yeah.
And then start fresh.
That would be probably the best path. Moving that money after collection isn't really going to be an option because it was collected for law library purposes. But they could reduce the fee for a period of time to eat up the reserve and then raise it again to keep you at a steady level amount. That's a possibility.
Right. And again, that's not monthly, that's 2,500 a year.
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Sure.
I think we're spending something like $6,000 a month.
Yeah, it was an expensive product before.
We get more service now than what we had before, and for quite a bit less. Could have been done before, it just wasn't looked at in my opinion.
I have a question.
Nicely put.
I know we started out with ARPA money for your office, and then as things progressed, we switched over to appropriating into the state's attorney's office and the public defenders. Have you seen a benefit of backlog of court cases being brought up through this? What, in your mind, can we discuss what might be some efficiencies that can be looked at, or
I'm not in that office, I don't. Maybe take my perception on and, with a grain of salt. Inviting would be my suggestion as part of it. But I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, the intent was to help with backlog of court cases.
I understand.
Yeah.
You asked me a direct question.
Yeah.
My perceptions, no, sorry, that's not.
Okay, that's all needed.
Exactly.
You gentlemen also asked for copies of contracts for any equipment that we have service contracts for. I brought those, I'll give them to her.
Yeah.
One other thing I would like to remind you about phone. We have 2 offices without it. State pretrial services supposedly.
Without jacks, right? Phone jacks.
No, there are jacks there, there's no service.
Okay.
to it. I don't know why.
I have contacted CES.
Just a reminder, the state's coming, I've made arrangements for them, I have no intention of paying their telephone. So it is hooked right now into our system, but until that gets fixed, I don't know what the answer is, they're gonna have a phone.
Asher. That's end up up here.
Yeah, Judge, are you, so the 25,000 you're committing?
What I'd like to do is do a single payment like I did last year, if that's okay with you.
Well, that's why we just need to, we had zeroed that out from court assessment. Because you'd met your obligations that you'd agreed to. So I just want to make sure. So we can add 25, and then I guess my other question is, trying to plan ahead, are you willing to do this
Commit,
year
yes,
over year?
yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Do you
that,
need
okay,
anything?
I apologize, I should
No,
have
for
been
either
that.
side.
It is not.
This
This man's word is
Okay, I
going.
just wanted to make sure, I mean, I know we talked about a 3-year commitment and you did that. And
No,
you
this-
abided by it, but is this, you know?
This would be an unlimited, well, as long as those people are drawing those salaries, that would be a salary deduct from court assessment.
Okay.
We probably need to memorialize that somewhere, because I'm not gonna be in charge forever.
Grandfather, the baby, you know,
Well, we should, I
We
mean,
should call it something. You said you're gonna do it, I trust you 100%.
I know that somebody come after me, and I get what he's saying, and, you know, 10 years or 5 years, now you're stuck with it.
Steve, could I bring up a question or a different way to accomplish that goal and let you think about it?
Yes, ma'am?
Okay, so in looking at, like you say, you decide you're not going to be there forever, and another presiding judge comes along and says, no, I don't want to do that any longer, then it becomes problematic on both sides. You don't want the employees to have pay reductions. Okay, so if we could mathematically look at what fee would that equate to, $25,000, okay? Could we look at maybe reducing the court assessment fee by that increment?
Sure. I
and
think
then-
it.
I didn't ask the question properly, because when I asked you that, you told me, no, what?
Well,
I'm
yeah.
just looking to solve the problem differently.
Yeah, I did. tell you that.
Graciously.
So yes, ma'am, I don't have a problem with that. So it generates roughly about $9,000 on average per month, I think, if you look
Uh-huh.
at it. So, you can take the 25 divided by 12, figure out what it needs to be per month to get to that number.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
And definitely have it run by you and approved, but that way that revenue source is with the general fund. There is no risk of somebody coming up with a difference of opinion and then having a conflict where your employees are then subject to a different decision.
I agree with you 100%.
Okay, let's just look at that method, see what it looks like, and see what you think about it.
Do we
And
think
we'll
that,
draft the document for him to sign.
Well,
I-
that's that fine and fee
I
work.
think I need to think about it. I agree. That's what should be done.
will
Because
that
I
be done
agree
before
with
the-
what you said. Somebody else may come down the line that's a little bit different minded.
Okay. Okay, so while you're looking at law library fee, okay, you need to make a change there, then this is just another line on the piece of paper.
New budget?
What's that
Will
now?
we have the fee schedule done prior to the new budget?
I think we'll have, we should have the fee schedule.
Well, if you don't, you just let me know. And
We'll just have to, I mean, if we put it in there, technically we need it.
well, if you put it in there now, you're not going to collect the money for a period of time.
Right.
So, I mean, whatever you need to do. I don't mind cutting a check at the beginning if that's what you need.
Well, I just want to, I mean, if we can get the fee schedule adjusted and implemented, then it'll take care of itself. But
Okay.
if it drags on into the next fiscal year, then we're going to be in kind of a limbo state. So I just was asking what your timeline was, because obviously you're going to have to talk to Judge Green about
There's
the
a whole
whole
list of
scenario.
fees.
Anything else, gentlemen?
Sir.
All right, thank you very much for your
It was
time.
good seeing you again.
It's good to see you too, Tim. Good day. Yeah, that's your copy.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'll propose we take a 5 minute break.
Let's take a 5 minute break.
Any more questions?
I do actually.
How on schedule are we?
We are on schedule.
Okay, so we have a hard stop time at noon.
I don't think noon's gonna make it. We might, but
We also do, circuit clerk at 11, so it's pretty much.
Okay, you're doing great on time then. We'll take our break.
Yeah.
And I was planning a cutoff at noon, okay? 5 minutes, gotcha.
That's non-filed. Yeah. The reason you got two is because you got one that's local meeting, one is your official presence. Okay.
What does that mean?
We don't know. If they, this is just notice of the hearing, the court date, but they get, they see the answer. Whatever.
She brought over that will.
Yeah, I had Katie working on my computer side, I've been kind of over hotly getting and doing this and that. So I was like, oh, can you just do that real quick?
Yeah.
She has a James take care of it?
Yeah, she said she was gonna bring it over and she had made it all over this way, so.
Fair enough.
One of the little twins brought it over to me. She's like, "Hey, Mom, I'm
Look at you. All her girls are so pretty.
and I saw it on the envelope, I'm like, oh no, what is this? Like, that was the first initial thought, yes.
Oh, I got something for you now. Here's the statistics. Based on. So there's Jackson, those are Burke County. Yes, that's for you. And next year, so the 2022's numbers will keep coming out, as COVID got lifted, based on.
But we made so many errors.
I know, it's so bad. When I was home on my maternity leave, we kept showing out. Like,
In 2019, there was 16,600.
not getting them.
So I think there's actually, there's an uptick last
Like I
year.
had to take both the advantage of Tony's out.
How many people?
Providing the most traffic.
Everything's tight all the time.
It's such a small world though,
Yeah,
and never
I mean, it's
mind.
just.
So last year, my friend Darren.
It's all.
No, so it's not, they want their house, they want to sell it.
They
And then
wanna
we buy
Figure out the tax structure. and more tax.
did it in this summer.
Eliminate the duplication
And
of
she
services.
called them. And they
even
sold
starts
them the
to
house,
switch
so now you're started buying this house, and then the people that they're buying the house from are moving in, Darren neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
So Andrew
People
was
say they
talking
want
about,
taxes.
the they're moving there, so that's his friend. This guy put a note in my mailbox, I'm like, that's my friend. I've seen it before.
I'd like to. Process and just, oh, depressed.
Yeah. That's
So, and I can't imagine before, like, whew, it was bad enough too. And I don't know how he made it in that old house, because like they have a playroom, just for a playroom, like, oh, he has a few things in the living room. But like, so, they,
Yeah, of course.
stop buying the toys.
Where's this gonna be at, you know?
This will be in Williams County.
Oh.
Yeah. Judge Lieberman's gonna be the one. Securing the case. It'll be interesting.
I don't know.
Yes.
Red or something?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think so.
So basically, they're gonna have to
Yeah.
look at what.
They just named us in the case because
So I assume the county will bring their attorney to represent you three, right?
I don't know how that's gonna work.
Anyway, here you go. You've been some.
Thanks. So do I have to pay or something?
No, you have to wait to see if there actually are gonna. Because.
My guess is right.
But leave them.
Yes, he's retiring.
Yeah, I mean,
So I figured, and I was like, they're gonna either give that to someone in the circuit. Somebody has to retire, whatever decision they make.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Retired anyone, but it's about the health insurance.
Here's one thing I do for you. This is a comparison, not that it really matters.
Okay, so I agree.
Cases filed from Jackson County, they're almost in terms of size. So, beginning these numbers next year will be a little higher, because obviously there's
So-
code mitigation efforts, right, in terms of each year it's going to
See,
be.
here it says this is a irrevocable statement of retirement. I'm thinking maybe there's a, there's a line that benefits it that says that.
This is
Which would
just
be back in
statistics of all cases filed. So what I did was I got the county.
And so, I don't know.
This relation population.
If you take this.
Jackson County, say, Chelsea.
I'm just.
I'm gonna click it. I mean, when you get it, when Stephanie told us to me, she said,
And so we have the retirement one.
where's the documentation? Oh, yeah.
Like Dave's breaking it, you get that.
I will have to report again for this quarter.
We were told us, yes.
It just says that once he says.
Usually March is the biggest one because of tax return.
So I think the issue is
But
why
it's definitely been.
roads, and that's what you guys.
Yeah, I can't do anything, it's tough. I can hear those projects in the system, so I can make sure that we're keeping them right up on the spot. And I got GL, so I have to touch that. So it's gonna hear, you know, the stuff from Stephanie,
County, like per the county.
signed agreement, right, what you guys want to do.
Jackson County did 7,826 cases. Williams did 16,000. So our activity is significantly higher. Got for you to do. As I told him, these are the statistics of total cases filed in 2021. Jackson did 7,826 cases. We did 16,700.
What is in, does that mean
There's
they're just not?
Yes.
Is that just, and the ones that disposed of, those are the ones that argue.
Yes. So our activity is about 2.13 times Jackson County. In terms of traffic figures? Yeah, I'll hopefully that gets back to that now. There's no belief.
Okay.
Freaking counties, I have that.
Agree with everybody or what?
I don't think Mitch really count as candy though.
We got.
Here, hold on. Brent brought these today because these things are addictive.
I could use, I'm smarter, I'll think smarter.
Those,
You want one?
I'm good, thank you.
those are the tropical ones.
Oh, that's very fancy.
So yeah, you should try some. But they are addictive.
Take this one, it's hard to eat.
Yeah.
I have no idea where these came from.
Well, that's all the great stuff. I got another load of it coming too.
That's, you know, we moved. We're over by the high school now. Cody said that one of the neighbors that we know said they spent $300 on Halloween candy. Oh my gosh.
Well, if you come see me, I go. Leave the Tootsie Rolls alone.
We live in Morningside, and it's down in common, they're about 40 pounds.
So what do you do? Do you buy it at Sam's?
You know, buy it at Sam's?
Okay, that's what we've done. Like every time I do a grocery pick, I buy a couple bags because they keep being out.
I try to be gone that night.
Yeah.
Well, that's what, we'll take the girls for a while, but we'll be home too.
Are you a big fan of Tootsie Rolls?
Really.
You know the significance of Tootsie Rolls in the Korean War? So in Chosin Reservoir, I don't know if you're familiar with that, but there was actually a private, so the fuel line and all the vehicles kept getting caught because of Commissioner so Bridget, that somebody was eating a Tootsie Roll and then decided to put it over the leak and it worked. So they literally did an airdrop of a bunch of Tootsie Rolls, and that's how they got all the people out. That's a true story.
Can we use that at White Ash?
Let me get Scoot on the phone and let's see if he's got the Tootsie
I'll
Roll.
bring my Tootsie Roll tomorrow.
Like free to do those. Somebody like that was their signature at Grace. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about, Brent? Like the. Just pink. Yeah.
I've got them. I'll bring them tomorrow.
Are you the one that always passes those out?
Probably.
Somebody used, that was their signature thing.
And I did, and then Jolly Rancher, they make, I mean, so.
I can't stand this.
Okay. Just, let's turn it over to you. Let you go through it. Tell us what you got.
So all I've done in terms of changes to the budget from the previous year is we've not requested anything new. The only exception to that is we've moved over portion of our employees from special funds to general fund. That was based off pre-COVID, since obviously the activity, and that's why I provided the statistics of activity of our office. So all we're requesting is to merge those employees back that were previously in the general fund to go back to those. If you look, I'm certain, Kim, you can see the child support fund, that's pretty depleted. There's not enough funds there to sustain that next year. We're below, I believe it's below $30,000 after this pay period. So that'll be one that certainly that have to be adjusted. But that was forecasted as of last year in the budget as well. And certainly, if not all the employees that were previously in the general fund can be moved over, one thing that I'm going to request officially is that all the employees that are on special funds of the county board or the county incur the cost of the benefits as reflected in the other offices.
Do we have a correct list of employees?
There has been one modification. Yash Betty is no longer employed.
Put that, what number down?
He's on the automation page,
Okay.
last one.
And Montana Stroud has replaced.
Sorry, it's Josh Betty and Sonia Betty,
No.
can each other,
Yes.
which one's not there?
Yash, Yash. And the person I replaced is Montana Stroud.
Took this one.
That's correct. In terms of, you go back to the front page, publication fee, that's dependent on the judge. Fortunately, Judge Gill's done a really good job at ensuring that people pay that. However, we are court to, and we have to pay for it. As you can see, we zeroed out the search for internship. We transitioned from hiring interns, just due to the propensity of the work, and going with, older individuals and more responsible. Serious. In terms of employee bond, also their employee bond, that will be expensed by the end of this year. Circuit course travel, we have not spent any of that this year. However, we do have a conference next month for PC Gyms, which is going to cover, that's for case management software. And that's going to provide training for our employees. So we've maintained the same requests in terms of all the supplies.
That's pretty simple.
Do you guys have any questions?
No, I don't. I'm pretty.
Actually, it's a question.
Yes, sir.
Well, on your raises, those are reflected to be $1.70 per hour
On which ones?
on everyone. I mean, I'm looking at all of these.
Well, it was 70, and then he kicked that dollar out of his money. Is that what you're talking about?
Or is it,
Well, I'm looking at the 2021 actual and then taking the requested. And that reflects $1.70 an hour increase.
you know what it may have done? We may have looked at the total pay scale and put that into it. If anything, we'll modify that and reflect back to the 70 cents and then just accordingly. I bet that's what it was.
How many hours did he work?
They work 1,820 hours. So, yeah.
Then, I mean, there's one more employee, right? It's not on here.
What?
That would be Katie Zanati, but she's out of the special funds. We're obviously not requesting her to be filled in. And that's going to be a seasonal position anyways, because once we're done with all the projects, the citation, all that stuff, that position. We actually have her and Travis Aiken that are working today on that child support issue that's not been remedied. We just had a meeting at 10 o'clock. We're going to be sending out notice. We're going to do a press release notifying the public that this is going to happen. And then we're going to send out notices to everybody that has not paid over the last 4 years. The reality of it is, we know it's not been done for probably 10 years. It's probably beyond that point. However, since there was previous indiscretions in the office, we're only going to go back 4 years because anything that transpired in 2015 arena, those individuals may have paid, and we don't know. So I think it's only fair to the public that it's their election of our duties in terms of that office, not necessarily public's fault for not sending out those notices. So we put the statute, the letter that's going to go out, it's going to have attached statute that states that they're ordered to pay that $36 fee, and we're going to print out the invoice from PC Gyms to tell them that they are owed. And then we're going to allow them 90 days to pay it. If they don't pay it, then it'll be sent to recollections. So ideally, it's going to go out on October 15th. And by December 15th, if they haven't paid it, then it'll be sent to recollections. So.
And this the same contract was Becky that we use now?
I would say 10 years is being generous.
After our own internal auditing, we discovered it, so trying to remedy that.
Okay, great.
Thank you, guys.
Good day.
Thank you.
Just, you cannot legal smarties. Sorry. That's against the rules.
I'll probably give some of the security guards.
It's the rules.
Thank you.
Hey, man.
Hey, guys. We'll get that adjusted.
Oh, yeah. I figured it was a policy. I figured it was.
Yeah, they did it just for,
For him?
well, no, for all.
Oh.
was an incentive.
Thank you, sir.
Hell, yeah, there you go.
That's the fourth time today I put that stuff on.
Yeah, 3 hands in a row.
Hey, I've got a
Did you
question
see anything?
about the email that I sent
I
out
did
this
not
morning.
see
I'm getting a lot of
anything, but
emails
I
back
did-
asking what type of agreements that they're wanting.
Any,
Any maintenance agreement that they have on any equipment that
Yeah, give it
has to be
Warranty.
maintained.
If you don't mind.
Well, they're asking for like, okay, so some of them have water.
I have-
but
That, the last
water
page is the one.
above your thing.
That's gonna be finished afternoon.
Do you want those? Do you want like, they've got air fresheners?
They're making it way too complicated. We're talking about,
Right. And
Copiers.
Yeah, copiers.
Anything to do with the computer, the jail.
Fixed assets.
fixed assets. Yeah.
2017.
Yeah.
So
That'd be
computers,
the way they
It
computers,
goes
So,
16 and
you know,
17.
It does.
Yeah, because it was like a.
And another
Big,
thing,
big equipment.
big, yeah, big
Scanners.
scanners, yeah.
they're paying for it out of their own funds. Do you still want it or you just want what's paid out of the
Yeah,
general?
because if, worse push comes to shove, they're gonna come to us if it's broke or whatever. We'll see what we got.
I'm not sure anybody's, I mean, other than me, paying the tax software that's paid out of a special fund.
Well, Alex asked, because he pays some out of.
Oh,
the
GIS,
GIS.
yeah, he's supposed to pay his maintenance out of GIS, yeah. for-
Yeah.
Now you're talking two different things.
So I told him just to go ahead and give it all.
I would say, well, I mean, Jim's right, I mean, if Alex doesn't pay it or I don't pay it, the county's on the hook for it, so you should.
I told him.
What's your potential,
more,
you know, risk?
We want to make sure that, based on a couple of years ago, that the money they get for the maintenance agreement is being paid for the maintenance agreement, not paid for something else in the
So
office.
you don't want any kind of water contract, like if they have they get water for the office?
No.
Or like air
No.
fresheners or
No.
things like that, okay,
No, no,
all right,
like I said,
Well, you're talking about
fixed asset.
rent this tank,
Yeah.
whatever.
I mean, they just come and pick that stuff up and walk on. Take it
Yeah.
away from me. I mean, you're talking
We'll,
less than.
how
But I
we
mean,
do
it's a
good, just get a
contract.
It
copy.
is.
Of the agreement.
Make sure they got a fixed asset.
Yeah.
And this is all brought to light after a couple of years ago. So when $13,500 will be paid for a maintenance agreement, not one, not two, 3 years. And it wasn't, it paid for other things in the office. So that's why we need it. That's like,
yeah, so you're right.
That's coming in this afternoon.
huh?
That's coming in this afternoon.
Brett will be here about 2:00.
I tell you, I'm looking over this.
We're running on.
How exciting. How is everybody?
Good.
Here comes the brigade. Who's the caboose? Robert? ABM.
Poor Robert.
He had to step a little faster.
Things are here. How about that? Little baby's got to sit.
Home or what? Oh, they're playing.
It's a big brother.
That's not bad.
He said he's gonna be boy, pay back for all this stuff. Gradually, nobody's.
All right, so there it's good.
I can sit down.
Day two, third day.
The fun process for you guys, I
They're all in with schedule this year, aren't they? No, because, they replace it. That's when there's no VC game that weekend that we were supposed to play. So they dropped them off. So because there's an OVC game, some of the old properties here, they don't have a schedule. Okay, they play. Wasn't here.
Somebody else on.
Yeah. They were saying all that. There were some multiple areas. Yeah, so.
Good idea.
All right, who's going to be the teacher today in this class? Are you the teacher, young lady?
That's what I hear.
She's the only one here who knows everything we're talking about.
That same thing you said last year.
Well, let's start off on some good faith. Todd has gone through and followed up to make sure that we have received our money for housing and inmates during COVID. So I've got 2 checks here for our inmates that we housed during COVID. It's $105,000. So
That's good stuff.
that's a good way to start.
There you go, that doesn't bring music to your ears, but.
Yeah.
Alright, but
That is a business.
Good way to start off. Okay. Are you all ready?
we're ready.
Okay. Okay, to start things off, just going right down the list. Sheriff's salary, the 50401 line item, I didn't really know how to calculate that because of the law or the ordinance that's been passed, so I just wrote on there the 80% of the SA salary. Figure, once that gets figured out, you'll let me know and we'll go from there.
You're leaving too soon, man.
Looks like it. I don't think so.
Line 50402, the supervisor of safety salary, I left that at 3,000. I wasn't sure if the ordinance affected that as well or not, but I went ahead and left it at that. I figured once you guys look into that, you can change that if it needs to be changed. The deputy salaries, I've come up with, 1,607,018. If you look through the other forms that were given to you, I've got a breakdown of our salary budget for our deputies and everybody else. We did request to add back, 2 deputies. The line item that says open on there is filled now. That's the one that we are going to be using out of the, I think it's the contingency fund that you guys are going to supply that for.
That's what.
Okay, and then I'm not sure how to take care of that on your end. Do I need to fill out a claim or how would you guys like me to handle that?
We fill out a claim, is that correct? Ashley?
Yeah,
For the contingency,
but I mean, it also was, it depended upon if the line item is in the negative.
Right.
Well,
So they still have,
contingency, contingency would be set back for this reason.
but you're saying if they have money left in the budget line item,
No,
right?
we're talking different things. Talking about contingency, we set back for this job.
Yeah.
What, she that?
For this year, we put that money at one
So
salary.
let me ask you this, make it simple. So last year, you're talking about last year, we agreed to do, we usually bring back, is what we brought back and we put back in contingency.
Yes.
Until you bring it back.
Yes,
That's what the question is.
yes,
That
so
money- that
we
money's
are,
in contingency.
we've got all of our deputy or all of our badges full at this point. Now we've got the one that was given back to us, so this is the one that was put back in contingency for us to utilize when it was time.
It was tough.
I'm following.
What we said.
So now it's
That was the agreement.
Yes.
So then, does she fill out a claim on how to get that money into the payroll? How,
Well, I mean, I guess the question is are you calculating do you want to calculate the salary from now until the end of the year? And that amount is being put in?
When are they coming back, when are they coming?
They started on September 12th, so this will be the first payroll that will be affected.
So you only basically have September, October, November, you just only have 3 months of
Right.
that position
right,
that would be used of the total amount that you had.
Correct. and then it'll be, looked at for, in budgeting for this upcoming year.
Right.
So that needs to be reflected for the line 50403 where it should be moved into that line item permanently.
Well, let me ask you a question here. So I'm just gonna throw a number out. Let's just throw 50,000 out. So let's say that's set back contingency, you're gonna use only 22,000 of it now. Let's just throw out something.
Sure.
So the rest of that 30,000, or whatever goes to where? That'd be,
It sits like general.
It sits
fund. It all sits there.
but that's gonna go into the salary for next year for this person, right?
If you approve it, I mean,
Yeah.
otherwise,
Okay.
this is contingency for 21, 22,
I get it.
and then you're gonna have contingency or whatever your approval is for 22, 23. I don't carry anything over.
Right, so the actual employees will budget for.
So you would have to
Yeah.
budget for that total number.
Those won't be in contingency.
We're going-
They're actual employees.
503.
If that's how you.
Okay.
if
Then I
that's
will-
what you-
then I'll have to-
Keep the open position.
Then I'll have to correct that number,
Contingency and once it's filled, then we move over, depending on where the hiring is. So if you were hiring 3 months into the year,
I'll
then
fix
you're
that, and then I
maybe
will.
9 months over. If you hire
To y'all.
right at the start, then you, the whole thing, so. I would do that, depending on. What,
Okay, so after the contingency one, the one that was currently open that's been filled, we are requesting that we have 2 deputies added to line 50403, restored, if you will.
Restore.
Yes. Right.
Okay, now, can I
Yes,
ask you a question again?
Okay.
Are these, want to go about last year, or are these
these are 2,
requests for new
these are requests for
for
new,
23?
these are requests for new deputies for 2023.
Restore.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And one more question.
Okay,
What is your count now of deputies?
We would be restoring one position and one would be an additional deputy that we're requesting. Because-
One restore
Yeah,
and one.
and one additional.
Okay.
right now we've got 27 deputies.
And where do you feel you kind of need to be, and you, 29, 30.
where we,
Feel somewhat comfortable. I mean, 29, 30, what we shot for?
I don't, Scott did some research on it, the FBI recommendation, stuff like that, I think. Well, I know that's not feasible,
I know, yes.
but, everything helps. The problem we want to run into is this safety act at the end of the year, it's terrible. It's not going to take people. We're probably, crime's going to go down. Our calls and search. Because of not getting anybody in jail, it's all in court, you're processing. And it's our crime that's going to. So we're going to get used to get the cover of that.
There.
It's a,
Okay, so that kind of gives you an idea. I mean, we just keep chipping away, and we'll get there. And plus, the overtime is killing us. So you're almost better off to have full-time person versus overtime that's blowing off the charts, man.
all the mandated training within this act as well.
Yeah.
The safety act, that state, yes, state.
The House bill, something like that. Yeah. There's some, it's a police reform is what it is. It's just terrible. They have pushed it through the lame duck session 2 years ago. It's just, it's awful. And there's a reason that all this is going into effect of January 1 after the election.
It is challenged too.
It's got three counties are challenging it in court. We tried to challenge part of it several months ago. We're part of the class action suit. The governor got the yank to get it going out. So if it changes, it'll have to be through the legislature.
Right, move on.
Line 50404, that's deputy regular overtime. We've asked for 75,000. That's no change from what we asked for previously. Line 50405, which is the radio operator salary, we're asking for 421,079. That is due to the FOP contract being finalized and also the labor contract is also in place. So it just reflects all the increases that go along with that. Line 50406, we're up to 132,951. That's less than what we budgeted for 2022. On line 50407, that's corrections salary. We're estimating $2,343,903.
It's on contractual.
They're gonna be mad. I know we talked about it last month, but I was, last year, we restored 4 positions. I appreciate that.
had a total of 7 positions taken before I came here. And my plan was to come here today and request the other 3 restored. But what I did, we talked about it, and it's on me. I didn't communicate with Joy when we finalized this. I did want to request 3 part-timers. And that is due to COVID restrictions being lifted. We have more transports now. And when we have transports, when we have 2 or 3 a day, we're pulling from the floor. Part-timers would help to alleviate a lot of overtime because then we can schedule in for that day that we have transports when we pull that floor also off for transport. Sorry.
Good news for you,
So you don't.
that- no, it's in there.
Oh,
The 3
okay.
part-timers, it's in there.
Okay.
She
I didn't
read
go
your
far
mind.
enough.
It's in there,
She's
yeah.
already in there. I'll buy you one.
So it gives you an idea when it comes to that.
Okay.
Let's see here.
And that number reflects the raises on.
Yes, that's the ASME contract, yes. And then the current part-time people that we have and the new part-time people. Also, another thing that takes into account is, when there is when someone isn't ranked that is working a shift and we don't have someone like a sergeant or a lieutenant or something that's working, we have to pay deputies supervisor pay, not deputies, I'm sorry, corrections officer supervisor pay. I added some cushion in there for that because we've never done that before. So I threw a little bit of cushion in there for it because it just comes out of our regular corrections officer salary line. So I want to account for that. I went through, calculated, it runs about $6,000 a year to spend on it.
That's what that line is.
Yes. So, line 5048, deputies meth related, that line was replaced, with line 50470, so nothing on that. Line 50419, deputies incentive pay, $5,972, there's no change on that.
50408, is that going to be some numbers there? Is that,
No.
is that line that we just?
That line
rid of?
is completely done,
Gone.
yes.
All right, hey, great.
Line 50421, deputies rank pay, is at 37,000. This is because of the FOP contract, all of those got raises. Line 50422, dispatch holiday pay, $10,000, we did not change that. Line 50424, deputies holidays, 30,000, no change. Line 50425, dispatch holidays, 6,000, no change. Line 50427, corrections holidays, 13,000, no change. Line 50429, deputies 20 years, that's 7,200. I have 6 employees that are at 20 plus years, so they receive an additional one-time $1,200. Yes, it's contractual, yes. Line 50430, corrections rank pay, 14,500. Again, the ASME contracts negotiated higher pay rates for the ranked corrections officers, so that's reflected in that. Line 50431, dispatch incentive pay, 1,600, no change. Line 50434, deputies holiday overtime, 52,000, no change. Line 50435, dispatch overtime, 7,500, no change. Line 50436, clerk salary, 31,377. Again, that's part of the ASME contract that is a union position, so it reflects the rate increase on that one. Line 50437, corrections overtime, we left it at 225,000, no change. We're doing good with corrections overtime, so it's a good thing right now. Line 50438, corrections holiday overtime, 60,000. I did increase that because of all of the rates and everything increased with the ASME contract, so I did bump that up to 60,000. Line 50439, admin building security. This is for security John Happer and John Mahan. They work 36 to 45 hours every 2 weeks, and one of them has to work under 1,000 hours a year anyway. So this is just an estimate about what it would be, but we're looking at about 39,685 for both of those employees. 50466 civil process server, 32,758. 50451 computer officer stipend is $2,000.
I tell you what, is there a way that we can, all the contractual stuff and everything we kind of understand? Can we just go ahead and maybe get the changes that increases or whatever?
For materials and stuff?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I would love that.
A lot of, we have no,
Teacher,
we'll
teacher.
say so on this.
On the computer officer line 50451 real quick. I spoke with the sheriff today and I would like to request from the board that we add another computer officer. I'm buried up to my nose in working on computers. Robert has been doing a lot of it the last couple of years. He helps me out a ton, and for $2,000, you guys are getting a heck of a deal. With what he does.
We want to do that.
Just add one more. For
So 4,000 total.
4,000 total.
Split from two people, you know.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, it's two for two officers.
Okay. Moving along to materials.
Can I ask a question on, is that something that CES can take care of? Or is that something
We
special?
talked about that before, emergent. What do you think about this?
But if we have a computer that needs to go in, we may have to wait for a week for them to come in and do something. We quell a lot of stuff over there.
That's still pretty cheap what you do.
And in the long run, it's gonna save you guys money, from what they give you on a bid to do things for us. If we hound them about every little thing, they're gonna add that to their maintenance, so. I'll guarantee you'll save money and then some.
Hey, Girlie, auto repair maintenance.
All right, line 50409, auto repair and maintenance, it was at 60,000, we are requesting 66,000 for a 10% increase just to accommodate the cost of rising costs. We're trying to compare, everything else is getting more expensive, I'm sure this will as well. Line 50410, sheriff out of county, no change, 3,200. Line 50411, deputy out of county, $12,000, no change on that. Line 50412, jail supplies, 66,000 we requested, again, trying to accommodate rising costs. Line 50413, clothing expenses deputy, 54,000, that's based on our current FOP contract. Line 50414, radio room office, $4,000, no change. Line 50415, record stationery office supply, 17,000, no change. Line 50417, medical aid prisoners, this is our CHC contract, WellPath. Todd, you want to talk about that one?
It will stay the same. The contract has changed now to April. When we signed that, after we went through, they sent us the renegotiation. We signed it in April, so it'll come to, she sent me an email in July, and that will be the same price.
So it will
The price is still, it will not go up.
go up until April, you mean?
Correct.
Right.
Okay, we'll go on.
It will go up in April.
Now,
We still need to know how much the budget.
How much will it be?
I haven't even know I did get shit.
What did it go up last year? 30 grand.
Sorry.
How much did it go up last year? It was a pretty sizable 30 grand.
Yeah.
Well,
Still 361.
can you kind of get some information on that? Let us know if you have a number.
Yes.
So last year we went from 167,126 and we are now at 203,161. That's what our current contract is for CHC.
What is that now, 201?
203,161.
That's really right. I think 9% on the anniversary, they can come back a couple months later and get some money.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's against the law, but
Oh, yeah, we have no choice.
we have to have that.
Line 50418, training expenses for deputies, 59,000, no change. Line 50420, sheriff auxiliary unit, 3,200, no change. Line 50433, dining of prisoners, 260,000, no change. Line 50440, mental health aid to inmates. There's no funds that have been put on it since I've been here, so still, no change, no funds.
Okay.
50448, inmate medical, requesting $40,000, that's no change. That's what we use to buy any, that's how we use it, that's the money that we use to pay for any inmate, stays in hospital, doctor's appointments, x-rays, things like that. We use the money for that.
You're here today at 49.24, so the next several months you expect to be a big hit increase in that.
Where are we at?
44,900.
One heart attack. One heart attack.
We'll wash that up real quick, yeah.
We had that happen. I had a stroke. 10 days in San Luis, 72 hours old. And, completely wiped out. I remember that.
Yeah,
That was the first of the fiscal year. Now, there was a federal inmate, and honestly, it's a federal inmate, and they reimbursed it, all our expenses, except when they reimburse it, it goes back to the general fund, and then you go back in. We have
Line 50449, SRT equipment, $12,000, no change. Line 50454, sheriff's gasoline. I have bumped it up to $165,000. Right now, our monthly expenditures for gas is about $15,000 a month. So I'm just trying to accommodate that. Line 50462, corrections officers clothing, $48,000. Again, that is based on the ASME contract. Line 50463, CO training, we bumped up to $45,000. We mentioned before that the Corrections Academy is changing from 5 weeks to 8 weeks, and we also have mandated trainings for our current officers that we have to pay for as well. Line 52601, merit board per diem, $8,000, no change.
Again, what was the 50463, what was that for?
Correction officers training. Mhm.
Yeah, I didn't want to find out that was clothing.
Clothing, yes.
That's contractual.
Yes. Mhm. The next thing that I have is our maintenance agreements. Flip to this little page here. Let's see, all of our maintenance agreements are listed out on there.
You can put it in order the way you speak.
Yes, I did.
We're keeping up with you on the rest of it. This is.
Yes, it's the one that you want to be on.
All right, dear.
Okay.
Lay on us.
So, oh, go ahead, Jim.
Don't put the TCs on.
That goes to that's one of the things that we'll talk about, but this is the page that we're
Okay.
talking about. Go back another few. Yep, the beginning of that little packet right there. Nope. Go, nope, you're going too far. Oh, that's it, you're it. There you go, you got it.
That's maintenance group.
Okay. Okay, I'd rather give you guys too much information than not enough. Okay, so, the first thing is ID Networks, which, replaced our merger tech. Our contractual amount is $59,500. CDS, Office Tech, maintenance agreements, tech support, printers, copy machines, toner, usage backs, copy scanners, jail, sheriff's administration, sheriff's patrol, the dispatch office, $9,000. There was no change on that one. Novacom, maintenance fees for dispatch and radio repair, $18,000. There's no change on that. Novacom radio fees and licensing fees, $650. There's no change on that. What I've got highlighted next, the TCP Time Clock Plus. What that is, it is a schedule benefit tracker that the entire sheriff's office will be able to take advantage of. Right now, we all have our own different ways of timekeeping. Deputies have their own spreadsheet, corrections has theirs, I have mine for administrative staff, so it's kind of a jumble. With this Time Clock Plus, we'd be able to have everybody all on one tracker where we'll all be able to see precise information, so and it'll all be in a nice uniform way.
I believe this software also has a vehicle maintenance section.
Oh, does it?
So it's 3 pieces of software.
So that is $9,360. However, if you are not interested in that and applying that, we would absolutely have to have the ABS schedule anywhere, which is listed below it for $3,300. We have to have one schedule or the other.
And the priority one would be that one, and if you get all of it, you take.
Yes, we would love to have the new system. But if for some reason that is not an option, then we absolutely would have to have the $3,300. The ABS schedule anywhere.
Caveat to the schedule anywhere, what we currently have is it has been bought out by this company that offers the Time Clock Plus. They were unable to give me a number on what they advised me that there was going to be a significant increase from what we paid last year, but they weren't able to give me any pricing as of yet. So it's coming.
ILEAS, $120. Live scan, so we used to taking and transmitting fingerprints to state, $4,928.50. Accurate controls, $17,000. That's our maintenance agreement for jail visitation and system contracts. Covert track or GPS trackers for investigations, $3,000. Leads online, $2,750. Stericycle, which is what we use to get rid of our sharps and things like that for inmate medical, $18,624. Culligan water, $1,320. The next thing that we got in there is WatchGuard, which is the wireless camera system that uploads automatically from squad cars to our building. There's a $3,000 yearly maintenance fee that has to be paid on it, so I think we need that in there as well. Cell phone service, line 40455, we're asking for $19,000. For our postage meter expenses, 50464 is $500. There's no change on that. Our K9 expenses, 50460, a total of $6,500. There's no change on that. Membership dues and fees, line 50456, FBI National Academy Associates, $145. International Association of Chiefs of Police, $190. All these have gone up through this year. Mid-States Organization, $300. American Jail Association, $60. Illinois Sheriff's Association, $850. Illinois Sheriff's Association membership dues, $25. Illinois Department of Central Management, $600. SICJTP membership dues for employee training is $8,780.
Got one question.
Yes.
The difference between the two is Illinois Sheriff's Association. The 850 and the 25. Are they not both dues?
They are not both dues. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but one of them is, I can't remember what it is. But it's two, I get two separate invoices for those amounts, is the way that it comes out.
No, it's probably their way to get more money.
It could be. But I don't know it off the top of my head, so.
It's their way they have it set.
It's really essentially a part of that.
No, oh yeah.
Software agreements, 50461, Quicken, used for accounting and payroll, $637.45. GoDaddy Internet, agreement for website and domain is $1,000. TransUnion TLO, our investigation software, $2,205. TeamViewer, which is remote desktop software, is $500. And then something new that we're requesting is Data Pilot. It's an investigation software, where we have the ability to download data off of, cell phones. We currently have to rely on other departments to do this for us. Phones could be held by them for days to months. I've got somebody that told me they've got a phone that's being kept in another county, and it's in a confusion. It just depends on how quickly the other departments will move to get that information.
So the data pipeline, can you explain what that does?
Can you explain what it does?
But it's,
It's more than that.
there'll be software and hardware that, the hardware you connect to the cell phone, and the software will extract the data from the cell phone itself for investigative purposes.
Oh, so you would have to hook it up to the phone?
Yes.
It's not done wirelessly?
No.
And it's not like a townhouse phone?
No.
No, there would have to either be consent given or a search warrant issued to do that.
No, we get it, we find
Sure.
a home, there's a phone where somebody home, and if there was drug activity, stuff like that.
Sure, no, I get it.
Back to the search warrant, open.
There is a more sophisticated system. The one that we are requesting is $4,480, and that's strictly for cell phones. There's a more sophisticated system for $8,475, which would allow us to be able to do that also with computers and tablets and things like that. Just wanted you guys to be aware of it, something goes for you too. Just so you can entertain the idea. But the one for the cell phone, it would be great if we can at least start off with that. But if possible, if you guys are so inclined, that one bumped up would be a good thing too for our guys. Okay.
You can take a breath now.
Yeah, and then the last thing is our vehicle request.
Okay, I have a question
Oh,
on that.
With the vehicle request, at the time we submitted our request, I spoke with Danny Woodward with Mark. He was unable to give me numbers, 1st of August of what the new Ford Interceptor, the Explorer version, was going to run. I have heard from him, and there's a significant increase. Evidently, Ford is not giving the amount of concessions that they were prior to. So I think I listed somewhere in the area of 38,000 and some change for the vehicle on our vehicle request. The invoice or the quote that I got from Danny Bloodworth, it would be $42,281 per vehicle instead of the 38.
I actually talked to those folks, and they're concerned about getting it.
Oh, yeah.
So that brings up my next question is, you know, they're not sure they can get it even next year. They're not sure what's going to happen.
Right.
So that uncertainty, we talked the other day briefly about some cars. So I feel that we should probably get at least a couple of the mechanic people. And if nothing else, because we don't know if you can do it or not. You're going to have to get.
We missed our window. It was only a 2-week window.
Yep.
And then you and I had talked about maybe even going to some kind of lease type situation.
And we talked about that.
Which would continually teach you guys after 3, 4, 5 years, whatever the lease term, to teach you new squad.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We're not, we just can't get any sure answer from these folks.
The digging that I've done on the enterprise program, it's my understanding, and some other agencies around the country have been doing it, that enterprise will take the vehicle back just prior to 60,000 miles, is my understanding. And I don't know if there are different deals that with the leases, but
What do you put on miles average?
well, you know, it's going to be different because there are some of our deputies live out near the county line, or you know, so those that are more centralized will put as many miles on a vehicle here. Some are more proactive driving around. Some are not. But if if our deputies work 208 shifts per year, they work 10-hour shifts a week. And they average 125 miles a night, that's 26,000 miles a year.
So
Just
200 years.
Yeah, pretty big, get pretty close to that.
What was that number again? You said first squad, it was like 42.
Yes, sir, it was 42,281.
Right, so that 154 number is going to be 169, 124.
I had gotten an inside track from the gentleman, we ordered some of our equipment through Naperville with Safety Supply. And he indicated that Morrow Brothers, I believe, Morrow Brothers Ford, is it in Greenville, I believe?
Somewhere, right around.
That he indicated to me 2 days ago that they may have some Ford Interceptors up there that haven't been spoken for. I've got a,
New ones?
yes, I've got to call into them. I'm waiting on the gentleman to call me back to confirm that.
Can Mary Board get them from them so we can run through the county?
Potentially.
I mean,
I believe,
Nice.
yeah, I believe it's been done. I also got a quote from Asher's on the Durangos, and they're higher than what Fords are. They're about $1,000 higher.
They still product in your opinion, significant difference.
Sir, I'm kind of ignorant when it comes to the Dodges. I heard bits and pieces, don't know firsthand that supposedly that around 100,000 miles that the motors have to have some major work done to them. And that there may be some transmission issues. Again, I'm just going on.
That Ford seems to
And this may be
yeah.
a question, but have you checked like larger areas, like St. Louis area?
Danny Bloodworth will have that capability to do that, and he can draw larger markets. Yeah, when he places an order for us, it's straight into the factory at Ford.
Okay.
So, I heard that there was going to be potentially a second window opening for the Interceptors through Ford. So I'll try to reach out to him and get some further information. One other thing about the rental program I looked into with Enterprise, you have to take the vehicle. They give you basically a list of mechanics you can take the vehicle to. It has to be ASE certified shop, which will greatly increase our vehicle maintenance budget if we have to have repairs done on that kind of thing. We pay store costs for parts right now, and the labor is about half, just almost half of what it would be at a dealership.
And the guy we're using now gives us priority. We take the car in and get it worked on and use it to the car online. That saves us weeks. They're down.
Who was that guy?
Talbot.
Rock Tall.
Rock Talbot. Fireworks. My favorite word.
He's trustworthy.
$1.69 of it.
That's, he does, he's pretty busy with some of the cars in our fleet, and the repairs he does are sound. They have complete confidence in that guy, 100% confidence in him.
The cars that we have gotten, guys, the ones that came from Kansas, how are we doing on maintenance on those? Do they have a lot of maintenance? Is similar to what the older cars have?
It's greatly, I believe our maintenance line item's gone down.
Yeah, we're,
Has it? So they're staying on the road.
Yeah, because we were working on those ones all the time.
Well, then that was.
at the end of August, we've got $15,000 left in our repair
Yeah,
maintenance.
before
And I'm
that,
not
the
saying
old-
that hasn't changed, obviously, but at the end of August, we were still in the clear, which is not something we've done since I've been here, so.
I think I counted 32 cars that, on that list that you gave, about 32 or 34 cars cars or something like that. Many of them are so old. Problem is trying to find a dozen or even more at one time to replace those.
Yeah.
You just can't do it. We're gonna have to work our way through this to figure out how we're gonna get you cars.
I'd spoken with Larry out at Kansas Highway Patrol, and just based on the car shortage, just for my own information, speaking with him, I think he said that we're about 9 months out. If we get our name over this, we're about 9 months out. So,
Yeah, and that's only gonna be for a handful. We're getting 2 at a time. There's a.
Well, we bought one and got 2 from them. Larry said he would keep 2 back every year for me. I don't know if he's still.
That's not gonna accomplish.
No.
Getting this fleet updated.
But again, you don't know when a new one's coming in. So you're in a.
So the problem is really just getting, that's the main problem.
I have a question for Scott and Todd. Totally different topic. As we know, it's not top secret. The highway department, sheriff department, work comp claims have been horrific over the years. Have they gotten a lot better?
that's,
Real ones and
yeah,
fictitious ones.
I honestly, the last few years, I think
I'm thinking it has.
it's been greatly reduced. This part, as a matter of fact, I was speaking to Julie about that yesterday, asking questions. I think, what, we have like 2 open right now. That's it.
Oh, you got, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I can't think.
I'm sure you're going to type
Julie,
whip on us, Todd.
Well, I've been there a little over a year. We've had 3, I believe, Chad, work contracts.
So that is
One, I'm probably 2 for 3, because I, to be totally honest, I think this
We may
last
not-
workers' comp claim is, well, anyway.
There's been several
I
of
won't
those.
have to battle.
I may want to put the kibosh to this conversation
Yeah.
because this is an open meeting.
We're not mentioning
We
names.
don't really need to discuss.
You know,
We're not mentioning names. So,
It's an open meeting. So,
does that cover the sheriff?
Got one more page. This is,
Almost top. Well, that's the-
I thought your book was in.
no, this is, additional, line item requests. It's listed in there. We're asking for, IT laborers and then, for 2,500. And then an addition,
what page?
I'm sorry, it's just a page that is in there. It'll probably be close to the end, but, probably 4 minutes, 3 minutes or so. That one I did get out of order on, I apologize.
Oh, Joy.
I know,
Joy.
I am ashamed.
No, I just flipped
Right in front of the data pilot,
That's TC, is that TCP?
GCP.
That was the, there you go, right there, you got it down. Yep. The IT
After TCP.
Yeah. But
before TCP.
Okay.
I was before the, where the ordinance.
Oh, okay, this is the budget worksheet request right now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm on it.
The IT labor, that's the outside IT we have to get every now and then. Where we are able to join the Marion Police Department, sharing a server for IT networks. There are some things that we just can't do on our end.
Terrence, that's what
Terrence
Terrence,
does.
any work that he may have to do to, the bridge that we have with Marion Police Department, we share the computer-aided dispatch server. We reimburse it, then go to him, it goes to the city.
You had this on here.
Yes.
Yeah, this was on the
And
last.
I'm just gonna say, this is something that I think the board needs to consider running by CES, because there are IT network providers there. If it has anything to do with our network, they're the ones that protect us from cyber attacks and everything. And the only way, as they explained to us before, that they can totally protect us from cyber attack is if they have total control over everything. So I get it, I know what you're asking for, but I will run this by CDS. Sure. So that's what we pay for, protection, so.
I got an email from 2 weeks ago where they've been hacked, not to open the email.
It is what it is. So that's all I'm saying. I'm just.
I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, I sent it to my accountant, and I said, you might want to put this out.
And then an additional stipend that we're asking for is, the chief administrative assistant stipend. I know that there are other offices when you've got, someone who is the head clerk or things of that nature, that they receive a stipend for the extra duties or responsibilities they take on. So, I've got just a little bit of duties listed out there, but asking for $2,500.
I thought your time was up.
Thought my time was up. Now we're on call, so good luck with that.
Before they're gone, they'll be requesting a stipend to give us a budget.
Yeah. Stipend County here, everybody. I was sitting at the person running for sheriff at one of the meeting briefs. Kind of had a question for you, Benny. People say, what do they gotta say, I guess, to get elected? He talked like he could just pretty well make a phone call and get $10 million in grant money. So I guess, I know Scott worked on it all the time, I guess that would be great, that would sure help us in the budget one. Use that to the budget.
We should start making those here real years ago. That'd be wonderful. There's a grant money out there.
And we've got all of it. We get all of it.
It goes to the big cities, goes out to the border cities. It's available.
I know Celeste worked hard on getting every kind of grant you possibly get, but I just thought that was kind of interesting. We'll take it and eliminate this for the general fund, so.
That falls out of the category of yes.
Joy, I appreciate it. All the hard.
Joe, you did great.
Before you get finished, what have you got, Todd?
I want to jump in with Chief Deputy there, according to the fleet, as far as our jail fleet. I've got a 2003 transport van down there with over 152,000 miles. Got a 2010, it's got 176,000. And 2017 it was purchased, it's already 91,000. Those are our three main transport vehicles for outside court, marshal drop-offs, marshal transports, whatever, which again are becoming more often since the COVID restrictions. I basically got a bid from Andrews, the same thing for two of the Durangos. So I'll submit that, but
Yeah.
I am on the, I have contacted Larry as well from Kansas Highway Patrol. I think the last time I spoke with him, I'm at 76, I believe, our waiting spot for that. But it would help us out a lot.
And that was
sometimes
once again, how many?
Get 3 with high mileage. Now, we did recently purchase a Dodge Durango, and unlike Chief Deputy, again, I don't know the schematics of them. I got this from Kansas Highway Patrol. This vehicle was purchased through the MD commissary fund, which we could do. It's done legally, but it is for inmate transport only. So we also have training exercises, other issues sometimes where we have to utilize a van or a 86, they call it the squad car. That's the one that it's got 176,000 miles on. And we have one, I've got one in the body shop right now getting repaired, so we're down to 2. So just, it would be great to have a couple more in the fleet.
Yeah, you get those transport people right down the road with inmate, that's probably not a good thing.
That's not a good.
Can't just.
No.
I've had 4 Dodge trucks, I love them. They run forever. So, well, that's worth it.
Kansas did tell me, Larry told me that they totally went away from the Ford. I don't know if it was because it was so hard to get. I know that was one of the reasons, because they put them on order.
Yeah, you can't just keep.
They're like, everybody's on a wait list. So they have gone to they don't even do the top on them.
Do you have any numbers on those, Tom? I'm understanding the cost.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay.
Just so happens he's got it, but.
Yeah, if you've got copies of those, you can give us.
Now, as far as equipment that came to installing and stuff, I got a quote from Trista Trapani this morning, Overcom. around another 5,000 for just for the cage and the, what we call a vial seat where the inmates sit, because they take the original seat out and then put that vial seat in.
This,
What's the 7.5 additional gallons of gas?
they carry that thing around with.
Is that just a bigger tank? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
This vehicle deal is, you know, you gotta walk before you can run, but this is going to be a nightmare, but I'm getting it. Really don't answer right now, but we're gonna do our best to try to get as much as we can.
We're gonna try and
We
get.
talked about it yesterday.
We have no idea what that's gonna.
Average is insane. I mean, it's heard they'll start accepting bids, I believe, Monday, for these vehicles, but it's only, all in windows.
Yeah.
It's just, you know. Availability.
All right, I have one other thing I want to make sure we're aware
You
of.
got a one-liner, I see it.
It's, and I think it's been maybe, we addressed it about 4 years ago, I think, in one of the budget meetings. I'll reach out to you with this as well, especially being on the 911 board. Our device that we record our telephone calls and the radio transmissions in the sheriff's office, that thing is approximately 17, 18 years old at least. They quit making parts for it over 12 years ago. If it fails, we're done. Right now, as it stands, it is not working the best when it comes to recording what we needed to record. I have gotten hold of Nelson Systems again, and they will be conferring with CPS and with Novacom in reference to a bid on what one would cost.
What did you call this device?
Well, I'm trying to. Yeah, it's the phone. It records the radio transmit, all the radio traffic and the telephones from when people call in or we call someone. Yeah.
Emergency or is it just radio? It's emergency telephone?
It's, our dispatchers use it and they have the ability to access these recordings when people call in. Or with radio transmissions, they can go back and replay if they missed something. If they weren't able to hear the transmission or the phone call, or they forgot, they have the ability to go back to the software on this recorder and replay the phone call, replay the radio transmission. So
We have no idea something like that might cost.
there's a lot of factors, and so some of the factors depend upon the radio system. It depends upon your telephone system. So it's.
We did radios with ARPA. And I'm wondering if this isn't an offshoot of ARPA radio system that we might. I'm getting a big head shake yes from Ashley and back. It sounds like to me this could be ARPA funds. Could you find out how much that's going to be for us?
Yes, sir. They're supposed to come on site and we're going to get hold of Novacom and CDS. So that way they can give us an accurate quote when it comes to linking all the systems together, recording these.
Well, that's kind of what we want to go to, I would think, is making sure the communications is doing all of it. That's just, it has to be safety.
And it does have the ability, once again, I know it's handy in times of COVID. It does have the ability to be, you can access it. You don't have to be in a building. You can do it through remote.
And that was one of the things that helped sell us on ARPA fund for the radios, being able to access it. Not, if you have a positive test, you can't come in, but you can still access the radio.
Yes.
I have one question too. I just thinking about the inmate housing. Was there any decrease on inmate housing this year?
I mean, I can't tell you off the top of my head,
Well, DOC's accepting inmates now.
Right.
So usually when somebody gets sentenced, it's a short time where we get them off to receiving RNC, so pretty quickly.
Yeah, I can't tell you off the top of my head.
So is there like more competition for inmate housing or is that what you're saying?
No, DOC they weren't accepting inmates from sheriffs. After they were sentenced, for they go and they're spending time in our jail, they weren't accepting them because of COVID.
Okay.
So that's all opened up. That's what they did. They got together, there was some sheriffs, they got together in another class action lawsuit, and they wanted to charge the state for housing. So that's actually housing reimbursement. Now, pretty much somebody gets sentenced to DOC, they're out of jail within a week or two.
Okay.
And we're not getting reimbursed for that.
And I have one other question, because there's been some confusion on this. Was the jail closed during this past year?
The jail is never.
That is a member from some people.
I mean,
You're serious.
I'm serious.
Yeah,
Jail's never been closed.
Because this
I want to
is
see this on.
we get, why is our jail closed?
Yeah.
I heard that at the same.
Somebody's told us it was closed.
We didn't accept it inmates. We had restrictions that were put in place. Due to COVID.
Okay.
We were following guidelines set forth by the CDC and the IDVH.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask, what is probably gonna be a good question. The cashless value, our inmate total is gonna go down, right? So the people that are in the jail, they go down.
I don't think it's gonna go down. This is just my personal opinion. As much as people think it is, people are still gonna have to come in and get processed. But I think maybe initially, you may see it decline, but I don't think it'll last.
So those beds that we had, potentially may go down because will the feds, will they fill those beds up? Is that something?
Or communications and everything. The feds, unfortunately, are the same boat. Federal government is not sending people to prison as much anymore. Pretty much they got it spread out. All the counties that house federal inmates are pretty much even. I think it's from a federal standpoint, they want to keep it that way. They don't want one having it. I tell them every month that we have open beds.
Can be.
$110,000 was part of the reimbursement. When they was talking about where DOC wasn't accepting inmates after being sent. That's what that $110,000 is for. They reimbursed us for expenses of housing. Because they did.
Yeah, it makes a big difference.
And our jail population has increased since the COVID. It's restricted because of the more inmates now. So we had restrictions for it. We wouldn't accept.
Yeah, that's the thing. By restrictions, you were never closed.
The crazy person on the street that the locals arrest, so we don't have to deal with him. They're not in front of jail. We weren't taking him. Just minor misdemeanor. Okay. And then now we're take 3 whatever.
So Todd, where did they start the vicious rumor of being closed?
I don't know, sir. I don't do rumors. I don't do drama.
Real and facts, right?
So somebody got aggravated because somebody wasn't accepted. So,
That's right.
and I get it.
That's right.
Well, I just
That's the answer right there.
Yeah. Kim, you have some questions?
Yeah, Joy, what I may want to do, if it's okay with you, is can we look over the employee lists that you have separately, not at this moment, but I'll give you a call. I was thinking I see one retiree on the deputy list, and so maybe there just needs to be an update.
Not impossible because this was turned in, very, August 1st. So,
Yeah.
But absolutely give me a call and go through it person by person.
Just to make sure that we have a fresh list. And then I had a question on the number of squads requested. Would that number, which is 4, would that encompass and be enough for the additional deputy position you're adding? Do we need to think about that?
Take 2 out.
Right, new position, new car, right?
We could, it would be nice if we had more, but I know you guys are limited with your funds. You can't buy everything you need in one bill. You have to build things up. I understand that.
4, we could probably get by even with bringing 2 more people on. For at least a year.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
Is that it?
that's all. That's all. Thank you.
Actually, you had a question?
Well, housekeeping, 152,891 should be the sheriff's salary. 152,891, that's 80% of the current SA salary.
152?
891. So what you got, Kim?
I had a slightly different number, but let me double check.
I mean, even if you take 90% of the PD salary, I still came up with that number.
When I take 80%, or is it 85?
It's 80%.
80, okay. So I'm using the 188,754 number. Is that not a good number?
So,
I take that times 80, I get 151,003.
Actually, you said public defender salary, but it's the state's attorney's
well,
salary,
so
so I didn't know if there was a
the public
difference.
defender is paid at 90% of what the state's attorney is. And I didn't, you're not adding the 2.9% increase for this year, I don't believe. Because we were looking at Terry's salary, and we added the 2.9% that was issued by the state.
Okay.
That's the only question you had.
Well, the only, I know you brought it up, and I guess maybe, I don't know if Ty could expand on it. You know, that housing of inmates was one that we were trying to figure out, you know, a number, because it had decreased significantly from the prior 2 years. And are you thinking that, like, the average amount that we're receiving on a monthly basis now would be the new norm? Or will it possibly go up? And then also with all the, I know we're not going to be, I mean, people aren't going to be put in jail as much. So, I mean, like on average, it's somewhere around, like say 48 or 50,000 a month. It used to be in like the 80s and 90s in 2021. So I didn't know what are, we try to do an estimate of what it might be.
I think it's hard to do an estimate. Well, the last 2 years as well, it's kind of like with DOC actually, the feds that were sentenced and waiting placement, they had the same issue, their facilities, so we had them longer during their sentences, whereas they would have been bussed off beforehand, which would have kept you back around your 18, 19 average.
Okay.
Plus, they are just like anyone else, they're not bringing people in as much as like they were as well.
Okay.
Because we still do a lot of work with the federal public defenders and probation where they don't even come anywhere in person, they don't drive, they do everything remote.
Okay.
So I think a lot could be changing on the federal side with that, but there's no way to tell it for sure.
So do you see an increase in the inmates?
Everybody I've talked with, whenever I set stuff up with the feds, no one can give you any definite, of course. But the only thing I do know is they like to keep stuff spread out because they also know that their revenue is a big part in keeping those jails active.
Yeah.
So there's no way of saying yay or nay. I would say be closer to your 18, 19 numbers with taking the difference of your 2021 and what you're seeing now and kind of splitting that difference.
So when they're looking at jails to house their inmates, do they say try to spread the love evenly, or do they look at your jail, see it's a much higher quality?
We try our best to get as many as we can. And when we ask even about, hey, I heard this issue with this jail, what do you guys think? They come back the same thing every time. They try to keep it as fair as possible because again, they know their revenue is a lot of what.
So it's not necessarily the quality of the jail, as long as it's meeting all their specifications. They're just spreading the love.
I mean, we may get a little more because of that versus some others.
Yeah,
but
no, I get it.
They like our medical staff. They know that we're prompt on answering things. If they got something, we get it. If, they need a special housing now, we make it happen.
I'm just trying to see how, they can get an idea how.
I'd have to
They
ask
look at
them.
it, they want to keep it evenly spread. I spoke with them.
That's right.
A couple of.
And not something that, something's going on here.
Right.
Other than just,
Then the other two things from over Joy, I can't remember. The CDS contract, I thought that was absorbed into the,
Say it again, I can't
the
get.
CDS contract, I thought it was absorbed.
Well, we
Is that a
talked about
separate line?
merging.
Some things were absorbed, but not everything was. So like we still have our monthly payments that we still have to make on them. But like you had talked, we had asked for, we did have an additional, I think it was 19,000, I think previously with CDS, and that was absorbed. But like we still have our monthly, lease fees that we pay and all of that as well. That's what that $9,000 is.
You are correct.
I was just like, are they done?
There was
I was
something-
making sure they
Yeah.
were done
No.
billing, because I thought, Scott had.
No,
we had
there
the
was some that
conversation
was
absorbed,
absorbed, yes.
Yeah, okay, so, the other thing, on this time clock plus,
Mhm.
would it help us, would that alleviate the audit finding about being able to have a centralized, submission of benefit time?
Robert says yes.
Robert says yes.
This will do your benefit time as well. Like right now, we keep our benefit time on the Excel spreadsheet. This will actually do the benefit time, and it's gonna take some of the human error out of it. So if I take off tomorrow, and I put in for comp day, Scott approves it, it's gonna automatically deduct that comp out of my bank and automatically show where I took the comp day. In fact, it will even download, if she wanted to use it, it would download to your QuickBooks and show her how many hours I worked and how much I did, and if I had overtime. And the same with overtime, if I put in for the overtime and they approve it, it'll automatically just add that right to it. And it will be a centralized location for the entire sheriff's
Be a real
department.
asset.
That would be a
Yes.
huge asset.
And a lot cleaner.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
because we could actually get the report from Joy and we could actually update it on the pay stubs, and you would have every single office. Because right now, not every office has that on their pay stubs. That's one of the audit findings
Yes.
over and over, is that there's no centralized tracking. So I can 100% support doing that time clock plus, because it would benefit the county and relieve an audit finding that's been on there for years and years and over years.
Benny, this is gonna be your last, time with us for budget. I wanna personally thank you for all the years you've put in here. And most importantly, 50 years of being a police officer. Unbelievable. Scott, don't you want to do this? Don't you want to do about 50 more?
No. My hair's turning gray right now as it is.
Scott, looking for the exit ramp?
Yeah, this legislation that's coming down the pipe,
Terrible.
it's ridiculous.
all right, if there's nothing else, then I guess we're done here.
If you guys have any further questions or follow-ups or anything like that, let me know. I'm happy to give you any information.
Keep that black book handy.
Okay. All right, I guess we're done.
All right, guys, have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Yeah.
One day.
Yeah, Marlo.
Yeah.
The max.
Yes.
Enjoy your retirement.
Or do you have to buy a license?
Right up there.
We need certain keywords in the description.
He's got, we had 8 of them, but I guess. Yeah, it's relegated.
Yeah, people, those 14 acres, most of those revenues come from, property taxes. The city doesn't even collect any property taxes.
It's either 50, is it about 45, 55 split in state revenues versus property tax, one or the other. I keep reading which one.
Well, the state, if you take corporate, all the corporate money coming from the state, that is probably.
Good.
Talk to me.
Reconvening the Williamson County Board of Commissioners meeting. Wednesday, March 21st. It's 1:15 p.m. Roll call, please.
Jim Marlowe,
Present.
Brent Gentry,
No, present.
Tim Atkinson.
President.
Okay, today we have a little bit of ARPA to discuss. We have a relation for Saline River Farms. And if you guys would like to maybe just give us an idea of what's going on and what you're asking for, maybe just give us an outline of the project. You don't have to go into details about financials or anything like that, but just kind of, what the project's all about. The economic
You don't want to talk about, they'll be recorded.
Yeah, we are being recorded here and we're recording. Okay, so we're good. Yeah, we're good.
And then once again, remember the ARPA funds have very set, strict guidelines.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I know my name's on the application and we worked really hard for that. I don't know, I'm sure, I think you guys all know all of us, but I'm Steve Fowler and this is Brent. Clark. And Abrams. Dr. Clark. And, we kind of knew what you guys you guys had kind of told us things that, that how ARPA worked and we tried to work really hard and not ask for things that would wouldn't fit into the situation. So, we put in the things that we thought were, in our opinion, it was 100% infrastructure. And the things that we've asked for, the plant will not run without them. And, it's like, you may have some questions about some of those individual things, like maybe the generators or the water or whatever, but it's, it's all stuff that if it's down 1 minute, the plant's in trouble. So it's all our infrastructure that we've reached out to. I realize there's some economic development parts of this. I don't really know what all that includes. We were just thinking that if 400 jobs ought to be pretty sweet for economic development. It does seem to do, like we tell people, throw it all in, throw it up against the wall.
right, and then that would trigger some questions from us as we.
They don't copy.
Yeah, but let me give you a copy of that.
And if you would, Brent, when you tell us about this, tell us about the grants that you do have.
Yes.
There is an aspect of ARPA that restricts its application when there's federal grants. Also, we need to talk about a timeline about because there is a timeline in which this money will have to be spent.
Sure. So let me first cover our fourth partner is Jeff Dieter. There's 4 of us on the project. Jeff got called unexpectedly to Johnny Logan for a law enforcement deal that they were having, and he had a speaking part. We didn't realize it was going to happen today. So that's our 4th person in our mix. And that's why he's not here. Otherwise he'd be here. So you want me to wait on? Yeah, Jim?
Okay.
Yeah.
Jim's making some copies. Basically, it's the same thing as an exhibit A and exhibit B.
That's exactly what I'm working on. So basically, this concept started back in summer, fall of 2020, when we were in the earlier days of the COVID pandemic. And we were talking about the food supply chain and the restrictions that we were feeling in our individual capacities as producers, grocers, potential restaurateurs. And we were looking at what was happening with producers locally and across our region with cattle and hogs, and they were being sent out of state to just get minimal processing done
because of the constriction of supply and the lack of ability in our area to have any processing done for our people. So we came up with concept, and of course that has grown into a full-blown project proposal now to build this plant on Route 166. The plant as designed today would process 200 on a daily basis, 250 cattle and 250 head of pork, or 300 head of cattle. There's about a 5-to-1 ratio between pork and beef. So you can either run a dual product or a single product. You just up the number of that you can run through on beef if you don't run pork. So the project is designed to run that many head per day. And then we would have 2 shifts. We would have a day shift and a second shift. And according to our calculations through our consultant, that would equate to 408 employees once both shifts are operational. And we would expect that to occur, early on. This wouldn't be a real long startup. We have a goal of not only providing for producers and grocers and people, but of establishing a humanitarian asset in our county. When you think about how we all felt when COVID hit and everything got shut down, and we're like, where's the food going to come from? We may never experience, and I hope we don't, ever experience another pandemic of that sort. But there will be some crisis in all of our lifetimes that sort of restricts things. And having a humanitarian asset that produces a core food product like meat, I think is incredibly valuable to our citizens just at a very core basic level. Not even mentioning the economic benefits and the jobs, just having meat to eat for people in our region and a producer locally that can handle big volumes to actually feed counties, multiple counties, I think is important. And I think that's on our minds as we go forward. We have worked with multiple agents of government, from the United States Department of Ag to the city of Marion, city of Creel, the state of Illinois, you guys as a county, the Delta Regional Authority, which I'm sure you guys are all aware of, who they are, DCEO, Governor Pritzker has been involved. United States Senator Dick Durbin signed off on our USDA grant. Senator Fowler's been helping at the state level. Representative Severin's been helping. University of Illinois has gotten involved with letters of support and technical assistance, as well as Johnny Logan College. So I have a wide range of governmental type agencies and offices that are pitching in to be of assistance on this. We believe that this will serve a wide swath of people. I think there's a question in your application about how does it serve the residents of Williamson County? And it said what percentage. And we can't calculate exactly. It's conceivable that it could serve all of them. If they all end up with meat from the plant, it's conceivable that every person in Williamson County could receive some meat from this plant at some point. But it's going to be large enough that it would serve infrastructure-wise and plant facility-wise. It's going to serve a lot more people than just our county. It's going to serve our entire region and even the border states. We've talked to border state producers. They want to send cattle here. They want to, open up feedlots in the surrounding counties around us and be able to send product to us. The infrastructure request was outlined on Exhibit B that we submitted on the application, and we'll go through that in just a second in greater detail. As you guys know, just from a macro level, there is a shortage of meat processing supply capacity across the country. I think that's why people are talking about it. That's why government's interested in it now at a big level. We have spotlighted what happened in the pandemic and hope to mitigate that from ever happening again in terms of our local food supply happening. Many of you know Dave runs a grocery store. Jeff, who's one of our partners, runs a restaurant. All of them could confirm, at a very micro level, what was happening with food supply. I'm involved with our schools statewide, and I can tell you from behind the scenes, we were inches away on certain weeks in the COVID first few months from food not showing up at schools like it was supposed to be showing up. I mean, we were in touch with the Department of Ag every day, sometimes twice a day, making sure trucks were hitting certain distribution points. It was close to breaking. It never broke, which is a great thing. But I think this builds in a humanitarian aspect and a redundant process for everybody in our area to be appreciative of down the road. On Exhibit B, we've outlined various components of this infrastructure request related to trying to mitigate against any type of repeat of COVID. We have, I don't know if you want me to read these, but there's, the first thing is natural gas generators with transfer switches and the gas piping. That is basically so that if we go down with power, a big storm comes through, like the storm that hit the building that we've bought, it knocks power out for days. You guys probably remember the inland hurricane that hit here in 2009, I think. Out in my part of the county, we were out of power for a week. And so it was our chance to be, I guess, pioneers for a week. And you can't run a meat plant with no power. So we would have natural gas generators on site capable of running the plant and not losing power over a long period of time. Location of a transmission line that goes right across diagonally, right across the corner of the plant, that has to be moved in order to get out of the way of all the incoming traffic and outgoing trucks. There's a natural gas main line across the property. That's got to be dealt with. The main entry and transformers, you see that. On property sewer pretreatment and equipment. We've got, when we're running a plant like this, we'll have an enormous amount of activity around treating the waste that comes out of the plant, has to be handled at EPA specifications. We plan on putting in an anaerobic digester on site to help break down some of the waste that's coming out of the plant so that it's more suitable to send down a sewer line to the city of Creel eventually. So there's a lot of work that goes into the sewer pretreat and the equipment for that. We would have a water storage tank and equipment for backup fire suppression, have the necessary pressure on the fire suppression system in the plant so that, we can be able to buy insurance.
Did you ever figure out where the water would be coming from?
We have two sources. We have a municipal source at our front door through the Lake of Egypt, and we have water underneath it. So we've done a test pilot drill to find out we have enough water beneath us as well. So we'll have both sources as a backup. We plan to have multiple sources of water. And so we may not drill just one well, we may drill 3 or 4 so that we'll have multiple pumps, multiple wells, so that there's power and water kind of run hand in hand. We can't be without water. So we'll have a redundancy built into our system for water as well. We got ingress and egress for the number of trucks that will be coming in and out, bringing cattle and pork in, as well as taking the processed product out the front door. Significant safety fencing around the entire project so that there's no penetration from the outside. There's also, if something was to get loose, we'll have a fence that can contain it and not let it get out on Route 166. We'll also have, just from a food security standpoint, we'll have a closed circuit television system at all parts of the plant and property, just so that nothing silly happens with the food security. You can see the totals for each of those line items and where they come to in grand total. And our total project budget is $34.8 million. And this is part of the infrastructure that we felt was applicable under the grant guidelines that we understood you had to work with.
Educate me a little bit. Restaurants I've been in some lately, they've either beef skyrocketed price, or they've taken it off the menu completely, but they can't get it. Now, I'm just trying to learn. The timing of this, is it a terrible time to do this, or is it the right time to do it, your all standpoint?
So Brent, that's a great question. It's a question that we're looking at literally every week. So there's two or three things to look at. One is the construction cost. And we're hopeful that we're starting to come down in terms of the raw materials for construction costs. 2 is the borrowing cost of the dollars that we'll borrow to put into this. We're headed the wrong way on that variable. That's going to be worse probably after another, maybe by now.
Yeah.
Okay. Then the last 30 minutes, that's gotten worse by about 75 basis points. The third variable is the cattle market.
And so the cattle market is cyclical. And we are in a moment in time where the drought that has been over the top of the West for the last multiple months has forced a lot of cattle into the food supply chain that weren't necessarily destined to go there. So it's kept the price of beef at the consumer level artificially low compared to what our real system says it should be. But here's what's coming. Once those cattle that went into the food supply chain go through the food supply chain, the reservoir and the production of cattle behind that is now greatly diminished because we basically sent the production to slaughter. So now we have less production on the ground. And so the demand, if the demand holds solid, there's less supply. So I suspect the price of beef is going to creep up over time. And the consumer is always the person that gets hit with it. The farmer never gets paid for it, but the consumer ends up paying more. So it's also cyclical. So it takes time for that to go up and it will come down. I remember in 2014, the fall of 14, 8 years ago, it was a phenomenal time to be in the cattle and hog business. The last few years have not been phenomenal. I would bet you the next 9 months, 12 months are going to be phenomenal again for the producer. But then that'll come down because supply will start to build back up and it'll bring the price back down. And why I tell you that timeline is because once we get a green light to start to move forward on actual construction, we think it's going to be about a 15 to 18 month timeline to totally break ground, renovate, and be open and producing. Well, by the time we get to that 15 to 18 months from now, we're going to be through that high cycle. We should be coming on the backside of that, coming back down. So from three of the variables, construction cost, debt service, and the cattle cycle, two of those are going to trend in our favor and one's going to trend against us. The debt service is going to trend against us, and the other two variables, cattle cycle and construction cost, should be trending our
I
direction.
think the debt service eventually turn around, but it's just a matter of when they're going to come around. Yes,
Absolutely.
and then, again, I'm learning, this is all, when I heard this, I'm like, I don't know what this is all about.
A lot of people don't understand.
Yeah, who do you, okay, let's say they've got a mom and pop store, okay, well, great. Then we got the franchises, let's say in Texas, whatever is out here. Who do you target? Who do you sell to? There's only so many mom and pop stores, but then they got their Texas Roadhouse, whatever, it's got their people they buy from, and they're not changing. They have great luck with them.
We've talked with suppliers, like Performance Food Group, they're looking for another brand. Winkler, which is where I buy a lot of my meat from at the grocery store, they're a grocery distributor. There's an outlet there, we've already talked to them. US Foods, I've talked to them as well, so. And they retail the meat, they buy it, they'll sell it, they retail it to mom, paws, and stores like me. And then.
So that's the angle more than the big franchises would be.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay. So I don't know how many mom and pop stores were. I don't know. I have no idea.
There's major buyers of a product called boxed beef, and that's where you cut it up into pieces, you box it, you send it off, and they're big players.
Doesn't Settle do something like this?
He has his processed right off the farm and then sells it, locally.
Okay.
So he's kind of finding someone to pack, then he's selling it retail.
And then on this stuff here, and I just got a few questions here and then pass it on, but I'm still trying to grasp all this. So in other grants, of course, any kind of money you get helps, but have you got your feelers out for any other kind of grants?
Yes, and I should cover that, because Tim asked me to.
I think it's all
yeah, it is.
ECEO.
Oh, but you haven't got any commitment back, you just are.
Right, we have a USDA grant application in, it was sent in late April or early May. It was significant money, but we have not heard back yet from them. We have a grant application in to DCEO. It's tied to the number of jobs that we create. I think it's $5,000 for every job we create. It's called Prime Sites. We have a tax edge grant, which is tied to the amount of income tax that we deduct from a payroll and send into the state of Illinois. And then because we're creating jobs, some of that comes back to help with operations. And we have a DRA, a grant application in that's separate and apart from what we're doing, but it helps with the lift station and a forced main upgrade for the city of Creel. But we've kind of guided that process through. ECO process, and then the ARPA grant with.
In your minds, let's say none of those grants come through. Let's say none. Project still go?
No. No, if the grants can't come
That's
through.
a quick answer, Brent.
Well, we know, we've done it, we had a bank meeting this.
I mean, that's why, I mean, that is direct, it's a good question, because some people say, I'm going regardless, you know, and so, with the finance, now, our has drastically gone 12 million way down, but, because we committed a lot of, we got, you know, the, what people can't afford the water, so, okay. I don't think any of us are opposed to trying to help somewhere, but I don't know how much, I mean, you know.
So there's a time element on this money. This money will expire. We have to appropriate the money by 2024 as we spent in 2026. What's your time look like?
Ideally, we'd be way operational before you're running
It
out.
sounds like that's what you're trying to do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it does.
As soon as possible.
Yeah.
And the grants that you have, that you've applied for, the federal grants specifically, do any of those have match money? Do you have to put money into match to get the grant?
No, not necessarily match. It's one of the grants is based on the size of the project. The USDA grant's based on a sliding scale, a percentage of the total project. Prime sites is based on the number of jobs.
Right.
The grant in front of you is based on the infrastructure, part of the infrastructure needs. And the DRA piece is separate from this, is basically the sewer project. So nothing is like dollar for dollar or any type of match.
Right, well, and because specifically, this money can't be used in a match
Yeah,
situation.
this is not.
What else was there?
The money that,
Oh, well, if you do get grants, it sounds like you're gonna get multiple millions of dollars in grants.
Mhm.
Okay. I
No,
wonder if this.
let me rephrase that. We've applied for it.
You've applied for.
And if they come through.
Yeah.
Like all of these come through as mathematically calculated, then we can move forward. If they don't come through, this doesn't go.
This doesn't happen.
No.
And I
No,
can't blame you.
because the debt service is more than the business will cover.
Can't blame you one bit.
Yeah.
well, it went from 3.5% interest. Is what our plans
Oh, yeah,
were.
your interest is double.
Yeah.
It's a little more than
It's a little more double as of today, and they're expecting it again. So, you know, the debt service doubled on the project, so without the grants, we're dead for water.
So one other thing, this right here may trigger a single audit, depending on how much other grant money you're going to have, how much this grant might be.
Yep.
Okay, so you're aware of that.
You bet.
ARPA money can't be used to fund that single grant anyway.
Yeah. What we've presented to you is as straightforward as we can possibly make it on directly to infrastructure, directly to these line items, things that pretty obvious in the construction field would be tied to not only infrastructure, but sustainment of a plant that's food sensitive, temperature sensitive, power and water sensitive, all of those things crucial. It has to go 24/7.
It's amazing,
So-
the whole operation is amazing. Man.
Let's say that you get 50% of the grants that you applied for. Will this continue to go?
No,
So you're looking at 100% of the grants.
where we were this morning at the
Okay.
bank. Yeah,
And your request to this board, is it the $5 million?
5.179.
That's your total grant
Yeah.
request here?
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's more than what we have.
Can you continue on if you don't get the full part from us?
Say that again.
Can you continue on with the project if you don't get the full funding from us? I mean,
So our total award is a little under 13 million, but 12.9 million is what our total award was. I think right now we're,
well,
Four, or got a lot of them already.
we've got I think about 4 million. It's
Three more water towns have come in.
Right. So I guess we need to work on this to figure out.
what might qualify, because the obvious answer is we can't afford to, we don't have the money to do the whole project. I'm just being flat honest.
Right.
We do have some things, if we think that they do qualify, that we might be able to pick off here to help. But that was my question. If you don't get the full funding from us, does that put the kibosh on the entire project?
It would have to come from somewhere else.
It'd have to come from
Well, no,
somewhere
other
else.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's what I was asking.
But in total, there's gonna have to be a total summation of grants to get to the number we're looking at today.
34.8.
Yeah, in order to make the debt service
Right.
piece work.
Gotcha, yeah.
So it's pretty easy for you guys to add up the grants that we've got there, and then you deduct that off of 34.8, and you know what the rest of the 20's coming from.
28.
Yeah. So what the bottom line on all this is that if the project doesn't take off, the money has to come back.
Sure.
Oh, that's the way it's set up. We didn't.
Oh, yeah.
Well, as a matter of fact, what will happen is the process we've been doing this is that if we allocate the money to you, as your work is complete, you would turn in process or progress payments, and we would pay out of that fund.
Totally appropriate.
Yeah, if it's actually, you need like 100,000.
Yeah, so problem.
And we did plan on line item in these things right here, so you know, we're not gonna be turning in bills for other parts of this project other than what's on this.
And we do have the money now, so we're not waiting on money or anything like that.
As far as the money.
Nobody pays faster than we do. They may pay us fast, but nobody pays faster. That right, Ashley?
We try.
So what we need to do is actually, work with the parameters that we have now, because originally, we had the sewer system, grant, our request, and that's what we were looking at first. And I personally was trying to keep that section out for Creel Springs, but now that that's changed, and in the meantime, we've had these other requests come in that we have to look at and everything. That's where we're at. I think we have approximately 3 some odd.
Yeah,
maybe
I was
2.
thinking somewhere.
But anyway.
Yeah, I don't know, the water districts that are in now come in are probably 100 million total.
Yeah, but we have been backing some of those down.
Yeah, it's about right for 3.94.
Right.
Personally, just me personally, but we got to run this by through the ARPA requirements and guidelines. I think there's a couple of items on here that we could probably take care of, but that's more of the side decision. So, but anyway, we have to check with Ashley on the guidelines to make sure.
We all have to be on the same. We just have to be on the same page.
Otherwise,
because we will be on
it. I've heard about this, and I've talked to Brent a little bit about it. This is a big ass project.
Yeah.
What's huge?
34.8 is a big ass project. Yes, on record, big ass project.
It's
huge.
Right. And we are 100% for it.
It just, it's just, my God.
It's just exploded in the cost over the last year.
Yeah.
It went from a unit plant for $20 million, now it's at $14.8 million.
I get it.
It's just like it just blew up, and we're trying everything in our power to still, we can still borrow the same amount of money we could before. It's just, yeah. And that's another thing, we were able to work with the DRA to handle the sewer part of this thing for Creel, so, that's why we come back to you.
When you see there's 2 parts of the sewer, there's the part that kind of starts on our property, but mostly is off of our property. Yeah, that's where DRA stepped in. Right. Then there's the part that's on the property.
We've got a pretty nice sewer before it ever gets to them.
Right. Yeah. Right. See, now I was excited to talk to Rodney.
Yeah.
Right when you guys first announced this, and I was, you know what, this fits perfectly. It's about $2 million. It was going to be large. It's going to be the biggest. That would have been the biggest grant we would have given. And then I think that changed. I think that cost actually, I got the grant for that.
You got it turned upside down completely.
Yeah.
Well, it's gonna be great for the economy, it's gonna be great for Williamson County.
Oh, absolutely.
We just gotta make it happen.
Just have to make it.
And I will say this, I'd like this for Williamson County, other than just putting in a letter of support, make an active role.
We appreciate that.
We do so.
Appreciate that a lot.
Because of the jobs and what that means for Williamson County and the money being turned over people buying homes, property, you know.
Well, it's one thing to create jobs, 400 of them. It's another thing to pay 19 or 20 bucks an hour.
It's true.
But the thing that I believe makes this project different is it's a crucial part of your food supply chain. This just isn't making tables and chairs.
That's right.
It's essential to life.
And that's why I asked my question, I didn't understand how it worked. You know, just for instance, just went to Midland the other night. The steak and shrimp used to be $19.95, $34.95. And I asked them, you sell it? They go, not much.
Is that with your margarita or without?
That was about halfway through. Okay.
I think it's only going to go up from there.
It's gonna go up, probably the next 3 weeks, you're gonna see beef prices start to climb up for the rest of the winter.
Some restaurants are taking it, complete off and you can't get it.
Okay.
So I think we're all, just so you guys know where we're at, we're pretty much, we don't have 5 million. We don't have the 5 million. We just said that money's just simply been allocated elsewhere. I think we see 1 or 2 items in here for sure that will fit the money that we have left. So we'll do our work. We know we're not going to be able to fund the whole $5 million.
So that goes back to my question. If we can't fund the full 5 million, would part of this funding still help out?
Well, that goes into the global calculation here.
Yeah.
There's gonna have to be a scaling down if that happens, commensurate with, kind of the deduction.
Yeah.
Maybe across the whole board. Because you can only carry so much.
Right.
And, we've got to be able to, at the end of the day, we've got to be able to debt service what we borrow on the project. And we're looking at a significant investment, what we'll call it.
All right.
All right. I think we got enough.
Yeah, I think so.
Appreciate you guys.
You did
hearing
well.
our proposal.
You did well putting this together.
Whatever happens, we will get back in touch with you again, either way. And we would come up with a grant agreement that you would sign and the county would sign.
Yeah.
And so we set.
Do you have any timelines on how soon it has to start? Once the grant agreement is signed?
No.
Just as long as it meets those.
We just set the money aside
So-
and that's it.
There is one thing, so if it takes you, say it takes you 2 years, 25, then we're probably gonna get nervous because if we don't spend that money, it's not spent by the end of December 2026, it must go back.
Good part of that is that it's all outside.
Yeah.
It's all outside, it's the stuff that can start first.
Yeah.
So that's good for that.
So there just is
Yeah,
a time
very early.
constraint. And if you don't have it, if you're not spending it by December of 2024, that's the end of our allocation time.
I gotta think we're gonna easily beat those
Yeah.
months. If this is gonna move, we're gonna be moving before then.
And go ahead and make that.
You've got approximately.
It's a drag on forever if you don't.
Yeah.
Approximately.
It seems it's drug on forever already.
I bet.
But it's gone from this to this.
Well, we've been at it 2 years.
Right.
To get to here.
Yeah.
You'd be walking around the cane for long, Brent.
Well,
It's long.
I've been trying to stretch and stay limber, so I don't have to use it.
You'd have approximately 4 years to spend.
Yeah, and that's either gonna way be gone or totally done. Okay.
I guess probably the only thing I'd ask is that they let us know as soon as possible when you're gonna be able to do this. Because if not, we have to have time to allocate that money someplace else.
I mean, even
Yeah, I get it.
after the,
Yeah,
for our
he's
time.
talking about after the money's awarded or whatever.
Yeah, if we get in
Whatever
this
we
spot,
want.
we say, hey, this is not gonna go.
And then
Right.
we'll-
Absolutely.
If you find a drop dead.
We would want, we would want.
Because if we get it, say like after 2024, then we'd have to give that money back.
I'm thinking,
Because we have to allocate everything by 2024.
I'm thinking coming up at this time of year, next year,
Money back.
towards the end of 23, we kind of like to know
Where we're at.
where you're gonna
It
be.
ties our hands.
Because it could take us several months to find another project.
Qualified after.
And based on what I'm hearing you today, you guys will know a lot by next
Yeah.
week this time.
Okay.
We're gonna know a lot in the next couple of months.
Yeah, I don't blame you there, man.
Yeah.
That's a big thing that you offer.
Guys, I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks.
Appreciate you listening.
Oh.
Anybody?
No, no, come here.
Your son's having some success on the football.
Yeah.
She got one.
No, I'm done, no, I'm done.
What's he got?
Well, he's got a torn labrum and a floating bone leg. He already had labrum surgery on his right shoulder. Last Friday. My sister's
No.
Let's start first half of the season.
Been down there.
That's an excellent place.
I hear it.
So I just watched it. Which I mean, we
He's
can.
doing pretty good.
Part of that, yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Let us be out there.
Yeah. Well, enjoy those times. Those are pretty neat.
Yeah, we're doing, we're trying to make it there.
Absolutely. Good. Take care.
All right, thank you.
Brent, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. So thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. You did that. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Brent. Appreciate it.
I just gotta get in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it, bud.
Oh, you do?
I didn't get them. Okay, good. Yeah, they're sitting there, all the rest of them.
So I've got a drawer full.
Hey, I need a new one for my.
They're not going,
Yes, you do.
they're not going anywhere, that's for sure, right?
Are you?
Put a quick call into Travis, because I think Travis had an issue. He wanted to talk to me in closed session as well.
You want to go recess for just a few minutes?
Yeah, we're gonna recess right now. We're just gonna take a 5-minute break.
Call roll or?
Yeah, motion to recess, 10 minutes.
For a second.
All right, Tim Paxton,
Yes.
Jim Marlowe,
Yeah.
Brent Stepdale.
Travis had an issue, and I think he wants to talk to you about it. So, okay, let me just see, since Okay, we're back in session. You need to. Go fast. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It is 2 p.m. Roll, please.
Jim Marlowe.
Present.
Brent Gentry. Matheson.
Present.
At this time, I'd like to go into an executive session with our labor attorney and over a employment discussion under rule, whatever that rule is. He's looking it up right now.
5 ILCS 120.
Yeah.
Something.
See notes, 5 ILCS.
It is. Sorry, getting to it.
It's okay.
Got too many notes here.
That's your kid's notebook.
No. So you're right. Sorry.
5 ILCS 120/2C2 of Open Meetings Act.
Yes.
Sorry,
Actually, did
I'm looking at mine.
Okay, 5
Do you need a
ILCS.
few minutes with us and
If we,
120.
to discuss a property issue.
C2.
120/2C2.
/2C2.
For discussion of personnel and services.
Okay.
And I do have one other question about that. Ashley has a property issue, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Can we discuss that in,
Is it
What's the right?
acquisition or sale?
yes,
Potentially, yes.
Then it can go in under the exceptions. Well,
okay.
Same, okay. All right,
no,
then.
it's a different exception.
Yeah, let's get that right if we could.
Come on, Ashley.
I thought that included property. I thought it
It's a
was
separate, it's
Exactly.
not C2, it's like 6 or something. Okay. I'm trying to get to it.
I know it's concerning the purchase of property.
Some purchase of securities is set. Real estate.
6, the
Yeah.
setting, this, I thought it was 6, it's 6. I just want to make sure, the setting of price for sale or lease of property owned by the public body, or the previous one, 5 is the purchase or lease of real property for the use of the public body.
It'd be fine.
That'd be
So
fine.
5,
Yes.
Okay, so we're going in under two different ones.
correct.
Do we need to handle these separately?
No,
We
you can do it as a combined.
Okay, so then,
So I would say your motion would indicate that you're going into closed session pursuant to 5 ILCS 120/2C, sections 1, 2, and 5.
I will make that motion.
So,
Jim Marlowe.
Yeah,
Brent Gentry. Tim Matheson.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let me.
turn that off, and we'll probably need to go into a little more.
Yeah.
I was at Carterville one time, then we did executive session, and I was in the, just listen, and they saying, you know, there's nothing, they're all looking at me. I'm like,
What are you still in here?
I guess I have to go.
Great, buddy.